Hello, this is Bill Clodsey. Welcome to a set review, a full set review for the new set coming out, Magic Throne of Eldraine. This will be neat. I am reviewing it for limited play, so this is going to look like a sealed pool, where we open one of every card in the set. We're going to look over those cards, evaluate them, set out the curves of creatures, determine which spells, non-creature spells we want to include in our deck. And the order that we'll go over these cards is sort of how I would look at cards in a sealed build. Take a look at some of the power and the fixing first of all. Then when you're looking at the rest of the cards, you can see what archetype they fit into, what rares they support, and what you're able to get away with in terms of fixing. So, to start with, we'll look at colorless cards and lands. I've got this splayed out here. Let's see, zoom way out, zoom in. Okay, so here's the full stack of cards. Doesn't look like it, but we can take a look at this first guy and zoom in on it. Jousting Dummy. Creature, and it pumps for 3. So an expensive fire breath, but it's a pretty easy to cast thing that will fit into any deck if you need such a thing. Not bad. Not a bad start. Scarecrows might be irrelevant. Certainly Knights I know are relevant. Now rare, another creature here, X mana with X/1/1 counters on it. Already that's very good. Reach, trample, protection from multicolored, and there are a bunch of multicolored cards in the set. So this is a real, this one you'll always play. Reach, trample, protection from multicolored. You get 8 mana, 8/8, reach, trample. This card is insane, and I'm going to sort of make a few rows here. So the top row is going to be just our creature curve of filler creatures. Mid row will be better stuff, and then bottom row will be the good rare stuff. Okay, so Prophet of the Peak, and I'll ignore non-creatures to start with. Let's see. Bring to front. Stand by. Okay, 6 mana artifact, Cat. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. So again, it's a filler creature here. Get it back to the right size, and I'll put it on the curve there. Not going to look at this yet. Just looking at the creatures to begin with. Lochthwain Gargoyle. 1 mana for an 0/3, so a pretty solid blocker, especially for any deck. And then late in the game it can attack or block as a 2/3 flyer, or really late in the game, 4/3 flyer. That is pretty cool. Not looking at that yet. Ginger Brute. 1/1 haste common, so just make a whole tray of cookies. They're all going to be running around, and haste is kind of flavorful. Can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. So for a common, this has a lot of abilities, and then it's kind of a food. In fact, it does have the type food. So maybe food is now a creature type? That's the way it's templated anyway, not like a weird subtype. So you could actually have food tribal. And there might be an enchantment, this would be kind of cool, an enchantment that makes all of your food into creatures or something. Yeah, so not insane by any means, but pretty solid. Inquisitive Puppet. Another cheap artifact. Having a bunch of cheap artifacts means that multicolor decks get a bit better. Because if you're guaranteed to have early plays, then you can afford to just dirtle around for a bit. But let's see. And play a lot of different colored expensive things. When it enters Scry 1, and then it can turn into a 1/1 at instant speed anytime. Is that any good? It depends on if 1/1 white humans are good, or if things leaving the battlefield are good. So yeah, this'll depend on the format, but I think you don't necessarily want it. Hengewalker. Let me undo that. 3 mana, 2/2 golem. Adamant, if at least 3 mana of the same color. So adamant means different things depending on what card it's printed on. If it's, well, it might not. It might always mean this, if at least 3 mana of the same color was spent. But we'll have to check that when we get to the set. But anyway, this could be any color, and it enters with a 1/1 counter on it. Not amazing, but it's, in a single colored deck, you might want a creature to fill in your curve, and this would be fine. The Veil Case is just a 2/2, which is not so bad, I guess. Clockwork Servant. A little gnome here. We won't be going over too many of the flavor origins of these cards, but when this enters, Adamant, draw a card. So that's a bit better than the Hengewalker. The payoff is nicer, and the Fail Case is a bigger creature. So that's going to be a pretty good one. Passage, Banner, Roving Keep. You got Howl's Moving Castle here. Move all our stuff over to make room for it. 7 mana, 5/7 with Defender. Very hard to attack through, kind of affects the board right when it comes in. Of course, you can't play too many 7 drops, but this one can start attacking as a 7/7 trample, which is really hard to deal with. I'm surprised this is not uncommon, but the uncommons are probably just insane. Hard to evaluate. That is just going to depend on the deck and the speed of the format, but it's a win condition and appropriately sized to block any non-flyer. Crashing Drawbridge, 2 mana, 0/4. Cards like this are really slowing the set down. Any deck can play it, and I guess it also speeds the game up, but when could this be good? This could be good if a couple of your creatures have abilities that when they hit your opponent, they're great, or in a race situation, or if you have giant trample monsters or things with Annihilator. There's a lot of reasons you might want to play this, but it is, like, if you're trying to be aggressive, this might not be what you want, because it just doesn't have any power. Just Sorcerer's Broom. I guess that's a creature, huh? 2/1. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, you may pay 3. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. Okay, so we find one way the Ginger Brute, or the Inquisitive Puppet, could be useful, or just any food. Yeah, so sacrifice a food. I believe that costs 2 mana. So 5 mana, create a copy of this. And if you don't deal with the first one, the copy also has this ability. So I'm surprised this isn't rare, but it might be costed appropriately enough to make it work. This one's gonna be solid. And you know, if you don't have the extra mana or resources to do it, it's still a 2/1 for 2 that's easy to cast. So that's very good. I think you'd always play this card. Is it a first pick? Depends on how good the pack is, I guess, but possibly. Shambling Suit. Power equal to the number of artifacts and or enchantments you control. So this could easily get up to the 5/3 range and fine with food. Might even be better than Clockwork Servant. That depends on the deck. But I'm going to put Broom here, and Shambling Suit, I guess, is just pretty easy to cast for potentially a very big creature. It's not. Neither of those cards are quite on the level of Stonecoil Serpent, which is just good at any point in the game. Protection from multicolored, just a nice bonus. All right. 4 mana, 2/4, Vigilance, add 1 mana of any color. So filters, you'll know if you want it. I think this card is only useful if you need the fixing or have some other reason to play a Scarecrow, Golden Egg. Cartridge, not really a creature. All right, so this is our creature curve, which we'll put up here. Get a good shot at this. So kind of as expected, there's no... Gotta think of how to do this here. Oops. No. Okay, good enough. Yeah, there's nothing absolutely insane, but the Serpent, the Suit, and the Sorcerer's Broom are sort of what I think are the best cards here. The Suit, because I know the foods are artifacts. The other cards they have their supporting roles, and pretty solid. I mean, we're getting some useful creatures at common and artifact. But you definitely want to look out for the Broom. That's going to take over games more often than you'd think. And then the Serpent's pretty good too. It's just like, get a food, get a free chump blocker, and you still have the ability. That's like if you're behind. But yeah, food is going to be something to watch out for. Great. Now, when we look at the non-creature cards, we're just going to rate them on power level, not considering too much about their position on the curve. So, Golden Egg. When it enters, draw a card. This is a common. And this is a food. So it's kind of funny that they didn't have this in Ixalan, where there were no permanents that were treasures besides treasure tokens. But here we have a lot of permanents, be they creatures or other artifacts, that are food. And this is just in artifacts. Maybe that'll be the case in the colors as well. Sack it to add 1 mana. And then also sacrifice it like a food. So all foods I expect will have that second ability. But this particular food filters. So draws a card, filters. I think you're going to be happy to play this most of the time. But it depends. If you're really aggressive, you are taking turn 2 off to do it. So I'm going to put that in the middle of the road there. Definitely playable. Enchanted Cartridge. Let's get that a bit smaller. Or zoom out a bit. Yeah, Enchanted Cartridge. When it enters the battlefield, Create 2 1/1 white mouse creature tokens, and then crew 2. This is solid. So it's a 5 mana 4/4, kind of, but you get 2 tokens and you can crew it with something else. So the best case here is you have like a 2/2, and then you get 2 mouse creature tokens. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I'm going to put that in the golden egg category though, because it's not busted like some of the vehicles we've seen in previous sets. Add 1 mana of any color and tap target creature. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the expected rate for a 3 mana thing. Late game, it's super expensive to tap down a creature, but maybe in the slow enough set, this could be solid. I tend to think this won't be good if you don't take advantage of the acceleration, but it's a pretty low cost to have that extra ability, which will sometimes come in handy, but not a bomb. Lucky Clover. Just good news for fixing. It's uncommon, so look out for it. When you cast an adventure, instant, or sorcery spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. You're going to need a heavy adventure deck to warrant this, but there's a lot of common ones. You probably need to cast 2 adventures to be happy. So maybe if you have like really good adventures, that copying them can win you the game. This could be good, but I think you'll generally avoid this thing. Avoid it, and you'll know it when you want it. Witch's Oven. Sack a creature, create a food token. And if it's big enough, create 2 food tokens. Yeah, I would keep this in mind if you have a way to steal your opponent's creatures, or if you really want food or have something that can easily be sacrificed. It kind of goes infinite with Sorcerer's Broom, because it's a free way to sacrifice 1 thing a turn. So I'll put it in the middle. It's pretty good. Now some more fixing. Tournament Grounds. This is... There's not a cycle of these. This is just the Knight land. Knights and equipment. So very high pick if you're in that deck. Especially if you need to splash 1 red or 1 black knight. But other than that, you can just keep passing it. Scalding Cauldron. An expensive way to do 3 damage to a creature. I don't love it, but it's the kind of thing that if your opponent has some tricky to deal with 3 toughness creatures, you'll bring it in. Spyglass, we know what this does. Generally not a main deckable card. It's the type of card that's good against planeswalkers, so even then I might not side it in. So that's a constructed plant. You get to see your opponent's hand, and you can stop. Well, you definitely want to know about a good target for it. So if they have like a Witch's Oven, and you know that's their big way of winning the game, you could bring it in. And if that stuff's more common than I imagine, then bring it in more often. Weapon Rack, this is 3 1/1 counters that go onto your creatures somewhat slowly. I don't think this is great. There's faster ways to get counters around, but if there's ways to charge up the Weapon Rack, to recharge it that is, or if there's a lot of good reasons to have 1/1 counters on your things, then maybe it's a bit better. I suppose one of the counters does have haste, so maybe it's not as bad as all that, but not something to be excited about. I think you pick it late and add it to your deck if it seems like it'll help you, or it fits in on the curve. Like if you have some big lifelink creature, putting a 1/1 counter on it. Weapon rack. Making a 2/2 into a 3/3 is a big game. Weapon rack might be better than it looks, but I'd rather have a creature usually, especially given, or removal spell, especially given how this set is shaping up. Oh wow. Oh wow. Well, it's a fetch land that doesn't lose you a life, but it makes the thing come into play tapped. So it's like a better Evolving Wilds, because late in the game it's not a dead draw. Yeah, this is very good. I think it's good even if you don't need the fixing, but it's really good if you need the fixing. Just always play it. Either way, you always play it, even if you're an aggressive deck, I think. Heraldic Banner. Yeah, benefits the monocolored deck here. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. Yeah, you're not going to need this thing. If you're monocolored, or like most of your creatures or tokens are a specific color, then this could be good. But that's not going to be the case all the time, so I don't think it's a very high pick. It'll depend, though, on if a deck is good. So fixing. It looks like there are a few common ways to fix, even if you have to sacrifice them to do it. And there's a couple... How do you get this to the back? Okay. There's a couple 3 mana things that help fix for any color. So you'll kind of know it if you want it. So that's what I think. Most of the artifact creatures are useful. Some of them are very good and might take over a game. And then the other spells are generally good for fixing, but nothing that exciting. So maybe we'll see some more exciting stuff in multicolored. Rampart Smasher. 4 mana, 5/5, can't be blocked by knights or walls. If you're in red-green, this is very good, but it's a very specifically red-green card. Hard to play in a 3-color deck. A turn 4 5/5 is insane, though, so a huge payoff for the red-green deck. Dance of the Manse. Oh, let's look at those later. So I guess there's going to be a cycle. Is it all 10, or is it just a few of them? It looks like the enemy colors are represented here as well. So we'll see. Here's a little dragon. Usually, well, it's little because they're usually 4/4s or bigger. 3/2 dragon. Flying. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can rummage. That's a typical red ability, but I guess flying is usually blue. Enters the battlefield or attacks, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. This is not a huge payoff for this mana cost. I think you'd always play it, but you're not that excited about the 4 mana 3/2 flyer that's hard to cast. Like, you can get this for 3 and a white. So how good is that rummaging? Well, it's pretty good, and you get it every time you attack. So with the evasion, that's probably worth the cost. Again, you'd always play it in that color combination, but might not be as good of a reason to go into it as the Smasher. But over a grindy game, that ability really does get better and better. Stormfist Crusader. Black-red. Whoa, at the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card and loses 1 life. That's aggressive. I mean, if you're playing against a control deck with some late game, they might just fill up their hand with nonsense and not get to play at all. Whereas if you have low mana cost stuff, not only are you attacking in with something pretty hard to block, but you are dropping your whole hand every turn, and that could get good. And it's a knight for what that's worth. Yeah, I'd say that means black-red is kind of the aggressive knight deck. That might be a fun deck to get into. Inspiring Veteran. Other knights you control get +2/+2. The Knight Lord, and that's a solid one. As soon as it comes in, your 2/2 knights become 3/3s. You just attack. They can't block. Definitely going to be good. It's uncommon, so you won't get that many. More of the cycle. So here's the Azorius Owl. It's an artifact. It's a 3/3 for 4, which is not the worst, but that mana cost is really going to restrict what decks are going to want this. Enters the battlefield. Look at the top 4 and get an artifact or enchantment from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. I hate that random order. You shuffle and then it happens well online, but you know, here's 3 cards, cut them. This might not be that good, but there are enough good artifacts that I think it could get better. We'll just have to keep an eye out in white and blue for good enchantments. Like, the artifacts are good, but there aren't enough of them to just want to fill your deck with them. But I think there's some colored artifacts and equipment that we'll have to look out for. All right, to complete the cycle of knights here, we have the black-white one. Toughness equal to the number of knights you control, so a high toughness death touch creature. And when it attacks, another knight you control gains indestructible. I mean, obviously this is great. 2 mana, 2/1 death touch knight that can get in there and give you another free attacker. Yeah, that's solid. Occam Ranger. An adventure, a multicolor adventure here. Selesnya. Bring Back is the first half. That makes 2 1/1 white human creature tokens. Sorcery. That is not very good for the cost. So sometimes you might just need to run this out for the first half. But if you have time to spend on making 2 of these things, then yeah, it's more value, especially since the second half can pump them. It's slow, so in 3 turns you can start pumping these things. But it's a lot of value for 1 card. I don't know. This is going to be a lot better in a slow deck. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. It's just so hard to cast it. I think this is definitely a good thing to have, but it's too small on its own to take over a game. It's really a win more card. Great in a board stall, not great when you're behind, except that it gives you 2 chump blockers and then another thing after that. Yeah, the longer the game goes, the better that will be. Because the ability, pumping all of your creatures +1/+1, that ability is insane. It includes itself, so it's good on blocking. Oh, let's see if we have any more creatures here. Thunderous Snapper, the Simic hybrid mana cost card. Oh wow. Whenever you cast a big spell, draw a card. Now there are all those ramp baubles that should help you cast stuff in the late game. This might be a very high land format too, because of cards like this, because of the food. that requires mana to activate. Because of the power level, you just want to be casting your 6 drop on time, because most people can't beat the cards that cost that much. There's a 4/4 for 4. And draw a card. Keep going. Yeah, great reason to play a lot of lands. And a 4/4 is not a bad body by any means. Loch Ness Monster. Great. Flash 7/7 for 6. Well, okay, it's already great. Sacrifice an island, can't be blocked, so it kills them in 3 hits if you have 3 islands. Sack a swamp to draw some cards. Yeah, this is a great reason to play a lot of lands. This is the one where you cast it on 6, you win the game, and if you don't win right then, you can use those lands for extra cool stuff. Oh wow. Yeah, and then it's kind of expensive. You can get it back from your graveyard to your hand on your turn. So if you have 8 mana total, you're able to cast it again for free. This card is nuts. Definitely a big reason to be in blue-red if I've ever seen one, and it's not that hard to cast. So if you're in 3 colors, you might be doing all right. The Orzhov hybrid. Lifelink until end of turn. 4/2 lifelink. This hard to cast is not great. What else does it get? Oh, indestructible. Yeah. Not broken, because that's a lot of mana to be holding up to keep indestructible, but definitely something you'd be happy to play. It can bring you back from behind if you use that lifelink. Hold up 5 mana on attacks. Yeah, the thing about this is your opponent doesn't really want to block it, and they can't really attack into it. Let's bring it back here, actually. Let's evaluate this a little more. If your opponent's trying to kill you, and they attack into this, and you have mana up, you can block their biggest thing and gain enough life that the rest of their creatures don't matter. Or you can attack them, and they don't want to block with anything like a 2/2, because you'll just give it indestructible. Then you hit them and give it lifelink. But yeah, this is another great reason to play a lot of lands, so you can do this and other stuff on the same turn. But yeah, the threat of activation makes it pretty good. Wandermare. Whenever you cast the creature half of an adventure, put a 1/1 counter on this, and it starts as a 3/3. That's great. I guess white-green is like the adventure. I think there's adventures in every color, but white-green might be like the adventure tribal. So we'll keep that in mind. There was the one artifact that could help copy adventures, and it might have a home in that deck. We have the Rakdos, Elite Headhunter. Tiny for 4 mana, but menace. And then sacrifice another creature or artifact, including food or whatever, and it shocks something. Creature or planeswalker. Doesn't shock a player. I think this is good. It's great in a board stall, but it's not busted on its face. I like the design of this set so far. Elite Headhunter. Yeah, I mean, if you're behind, that's kind of the case with a lot of these. If you're behind, they're not quite as good. But they're fine. Face Burrow Elder. Gets +1/+1 for each color among permanents you control. So it's already a 2/2 vigilance. Ooh. And then it really ramps you. So maybe 5-color adventures is going to be a thing. But that really incentivizes you for that deck. Similar to the, oh gosh, there was a little 2-mana thing that tapped for the colors of, all your permanents that were represented. in green. This is very similar to that, but better because it can also attack every turn. Yeah, that's great. Oops, what happened here? Okay, Fireborn Knight, the Boros hybrid. Gets +1/+1 until end of turn for this. Well, a 2/3 double strike is not bad for 4 mana. Especially since you don't need to use its own ability to make it better. You can use other pump spells or tricks. Give it trample somehow. But the fact that the threat of activation here can either kill the player or protect it from removal or win combat is just pretty solid. Again, very mana intensive card, but I think that's just going to be the rule of this set. Grumgully the Generous, uncommon legend. Each other non-human creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Non-human. Yeah, I guess green-red is like the monsters. And already solid. Neat to build around it. Most knights are humans, I guess. So this is really just like anti-knight, anti-black-white. Savvy Hunter. Whenever it attacks or blocks, make a food. Well, that's pretty cool. Sacrifice 2 foods, draw a card, so if you're not dying or using your foods in other ways, you can just always trade these in for cards. Really like this card. A strong play on turn 3. You're gonna want your removal, folks. This is a powerful set. Deathless Knight. Haste 4/2. And when you gain life for the first time each turn, return this from your graveyard to your hand. That's cool. 4/2 haste for 4 is fine. Skeleton Knight. And the fact that this can come back out of nowhere. Your opponent never knows if you're going to sack a food. Yeah, this is really good. You can sack a food anytime, sack it on their turn, bring it back. They're like, shoot, I need a blocker for that 4/2 haste that kills all my stuff. This is one of the better hybrid payoffs. Here we go. Aggressive Simic monster that also ramps you. So if you're not interested in just winning, like, it's good in the early game to be aggressive, it's good in the late game to pressure their life total, and it's good in the mid game or early game to develop or ramp. This card is insane. Now, here we go. The Simic Planeswalker. Oko. Thief of Crowns. +2, create a food token. So 3 mana Planeswalkers that start at 6 loyalty. Yikes. Yeah, you just can't kill this thing. It's like, it's harder to kill than Ashiok. Then you can also +1 to turn your food into an elk. So you do have ways of animating these foods. Sasha, welcome. Welcome to the show. More than a year. Lucky 13. That's a good omen for a superstitious set like this. So what's Akko doing? Akko's insane. Akko's too powerful. It's 3 mana for this. Why does it start with 4 loyalty? There's no chance to kill this thing. If you play this, you'll win. Oh no, okay, the -5, you can do this the turn it comes in, after it comes into play. Akko lives if it didn't take any damage. Power 3 or less. Exchange control with your food or creature with target creature and opponent controls with power 3 or less. So you don't get their artifacts, you only get their small creatures. But 3, I mean, you're getting some good stuff for 3 power. Half the 3 mana, you get their dragons, you get their knights, you get their uncommons here. Definitely solid. I don't know why I reviewed that yet, but that's a slam dunk bomb card. Okay, I guess we're kind of moving on to that. Zoom out here, put our creatures up top. So, I mean, this gives you an idea of what's going on in this set for sure. What each color wants to do. What's missing though? Boros, so we have the Mardu Knights. We've got Simic ramp, I guess. Sometimes Gruul is ramp. This time Simic is ramp, or maybe Temur ramp. And then red-green is just big monsters. White-green is this set of fixing, so maybe there's Bant 5-color. Splash all your bombs. See if we get some more insight here with these guys. So anyway, we looked at Akko. Akko will just win you any game you play it. We have another 3-mana Planeswalker, so let's see if that's any good. The Royal Scions, this is Will Rowan. It looks like 2 people, but maybe that is Will and Rowan, but I think Rowan is the family name. Draw a card, then discard a card for 1. So it starts at 6 loyalty for 3 mana. So you can't kill this thing. And then target creature gets +2/+0 and first strike, another plus ability. So loot, damage, and you're building up to an ultimate that is draw 4 and then damage to any target, including your opponent, for the number of cards you have in your hand. So if you have 7, you drop to 11 and do, bam, half your life total. Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why Planeswalkers are good. Is it better than Akko? I don't know. God forbid you ever have to choose between them. Dance of the Manse. Return X artifact and or non-aura enchantment cards with converted mana cost X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And if you get, well, if you pay 8 on this, they become 4/4s. You don't have to get 6 things, you just have to pay 6. That's interesting. I don't know what all the enchantments are. Those will be more in the colors. But this is a fun build around. I mean, the artifacts are pretty neat. They all become 4/4s. Even with just a couple artifact creatures, this could be solid. You get them back into play. Have to be careful though, because most artifacts it will make bigger, but some it will make smaller. It's a build around. You're not going to play this in every deck, but it's a fun one to think about playing. And I believe they designed it to actually work some of the time. We even looked at the artifacts, but we'll have to keep an eye out for the enchantments. Well, here's one of them. Doom Foretold. The colors lend it to a knight deck at the beginning of each player's upkeep. That player sacrifices a non-land, non-token permanent, so kind of like a smokestack or braids thing. Non-token, non-land. But if they can't, if they don't have anything that isn't food or land, they discard a card. They lose 2 life. You draw a card. You gain 2 life. You make a knight. There's the knight. Then you sacrifice it. So you can only do this once, but it's not an option. So your opponent can say, okay, I'm not going to play out anything to the field, but then you crush them with a knight and drawing a card. Good lord. I'm surprised you don't get a food. Yeah. If that player can't, they discard a card, they lose 2 life, you draw a card, you gain 2 life. So that player could be you, in which case you discard and draw a card. You lose 2, you gain 2, but you end up with a knight. the nice part about this is that they're the first person to have to do it. I don't know about this one. I don't think it's broken, but it's the same kind of thing that if you have a lot of tokens to sacrifice, it gets really oppressive because they have to. Yeah, it's a build around. It's a build around. It's very annoying to play against, so I think that could be really powerful. You just need some early stuff. Now, Drown in the Lock. Instant, counter target spell. Pretty much counter target spell in the late game. And then destroy target creature with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of cards in its controller's graveyard. Yeah, it's not a super early removal spell, but it's a cheap, efficient one for the late game. I think that's solid. Oops. There we go. Covetous Urge. Neat art, definitely recognizable. Wouldn't you have to sacrifice the Doom card? Hold on. Yeah, maybe that's a part of this I didn't see. Oh. Yes. Yeah, that's too funny. Okay, so you're never going to activate it yourself, because you'll always sacrifice this before that happens. Yeah, good observation there. Okay, so you really don't always want to play it, but worst case is they sacrifice their worst thing and you sacrifice Doom Foretold in one cycle. That's not great, so try to have it be better, I guess. Okay, this is the Dimir 4-color card. It's just not a creature, or 4-pip card. And it is Covetous Urge. Target opponent reveals their hand. Choose a non-land card from that player's graveyard or hand and exile it. So you're stealing something from their hand or graveyard, spending any mana. At least they know what it is. But that could be solid. Kill their bomb and then play it later. Yeah, that's really solid, actually. Just steal their bomb right before they play it. Pretty much always play that. Here's an actually regular. This is a 6-mana planeswalker that starts with less loyalty than either of the 3-mana planeswalkers. Oh god, the 0 is make 4 power and toughness though. And your black and green wolves, when they die, put a loyalty counter on each Garruk you control. Oh, that's interesting. Then you can kill your own wolves and draw a card, and then put a loyalty counter on it. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is solid. Every turn you get 2 wolves for 6 mana, and when the wolves die, they protect Garruk, and you can kill a bomb. 6 mana, kill a bomb, draw a card, and you have a planeswalker that can get 2 wolves every turn. This is absurd. And then when 1 wolf dies, you get an emblem that is overrun. Yeah, it's on the level of these 3, and it's twice as much mana, so that tells you something. Steelclaw Lance, the first equipment we're really seeing. Equip Knight. Yeah. For 1. And I like the template of this. I think it's the first time they've used this templating. Usually it would be like the equip cost is 2 less to activate when it targets a knight. But now it just has 2 different equip costs. They've done that before. But anyway, +2/+2. And that's really good in the knight deck. And you're probably not going to be a red-black deck without knights, but it can equip anything, so that's versatile and good. whenever you draw your second card each turn, make a 1/1 thing. And then worst case here, you can draw and then discard. So if you're playing a lot of cantrips, this is probably a great card to have around. Not planning on using the loot ability much, that's just way too expensive, but the fact that you can and that it makes a fairy is pretty good. I don't know though, that one is really going to depend on your deck. If you can't draw cards in other ways, or like draw 2 cards on your opponent's turn, then I wouldn't bother with it. Outlaw's Merriment. Yeah, so every upkeep, you get an average 2/2 creature with a little upside. Either it'll have... Oh, it's better than that. Oh god. They all have haste? So, on average, you're getting... Yeah, a 2/2 haste with a little upside. Well, always play this thing, shoot. I mean, it has to get back to your upkeep, but every single turn you're getting something pretty good with it. You need to survive a couple turns, but yeah, well, there's a lot of those good game, well played bombs in this set, so it's gonna be a fun time. Escape to the Wilds. Exile the top 5 cards of your library, and you may play them until the end of your next turn. Cool. And you may play an additional land this turn, including of the cards you exiled. Is this good? 5 mana, draw 5, and ramp is how this kind of reads. It's a great late game way to refill. But it's kind of slow because you've already used 5 mana on that turn, so it's pretty much setting up for next turn. Shine Chaser. Oh, a creature. I missed this at first. Well, anyway, we can do it now. 3 mana, 1/1 Flying Vigilance. That can be up to a 3/3. The Outlaw's Merriment is splashable. Not super splashable. I mean, I guess you could splash any card if you have the fixing, but the double white and red means you could splash the red on it, but the white is a lot harder to splash. The Escape from the Wilds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're in like the white... If you're in like the Bant ramp deck, then yeah, Escape to the Wilds is a great payoff for the late game. You only have 2 turns to cast this stuff, but it is a late game card to be playing. Anyway, Flying Vigilance, and it's not... I don't think this is necessarily a first pick, Escape to the Wilds. It's a late pick that might make your deck a bit better. Like, when you resolve it, it's going to be great, but the issue is you might be dying the turn you resolve it because you'd rather just have a creature. But in a grindy game, it's a ton of value. If you resolve it and untap with it, you're probably going to win. Shine Chaser really is going to depend on your deck. There is this blue-white artifact enchantment deck, but this card isn't that great outside of it. Of course, that's the colors it's in. But I like that a lot of the creatures here tend to keep you on course. Some of the colors are okay in like 3, 4, 5 color decks, but some of the cards really want you to be 2 colors, and that goes... I mean, some of them are just so hard to cast outside of 2 colors. But yeah, I recommend opening some of these bombs and playing the multicolor cards in the colors you're in, and having fun with the night deck every so often. Alright, now we'll go to the monocolored decks. So, put these up here. Trapped in the Tower. Prized Griffin. 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. These stats are surprisingly good. 4 toughness is often very good. Flying is nice and evasive. You can play this on curve and it usually does pretty well for you. So it's nice to see white getting kind of a pretty powerful creature. Shining Armor. Let's just look at the creatures for now. Beloved Princess. 1/1 lifelink. And it can't be blocked by creatures that are too big. I don't love it, but if the lifelink is important to you, by all means take it. Venerable Knight. When it dies, put a 1/1 counter on target knight you control. Whoa! Oh, it is uncommon. It's a 2/1 to begin with. So, wow. Yeah, this is like, you're saving a whole mana on what this effect should really be. That's great. I mean, that's a great filler for a knight deck that has to be heavy white. You don't really, you're not saving too much on this to splash it in a red-black knight deck. But yeah, that's solid stats. Fortifying Provisions. Creatures, and it's aggressive too. Wait, that's not a creature. Charming Prince at rare. 2 mana 2/2. And you get to scry 2, gain 2 life, or flicker one of your creatures. The versatility of this is great. The stats are great. The scry 2 is probably the mode you'll choose most often, and that's very powerful. So a good late game draw too. We'll have to look for enter the battlefield effects, but I mean, there's a few good ones. Or it can get your creature out of a bind, or untap it after attacking. So very, like, even the modes we see on this thing are versatile. Anyway, Sir Alan the Lion's Claw. 5 mana 4/4 first strike, good stats. When it attacks, other creatures you control, regardless of whether they've attacked or not, get +1/+1. There's a lot of enchantment removal in this set. I haven't seen many of the good enchantments yet, but we just started looking at the monocolored stuff, so we'll take a look at those soon. What the heck? Oh well, let's look at this thing. Knight of the Keep, 3 mana 3/2 knight. Replaceable. I don't know where that came from though. We'll come back to it. 4 mana 2/5 knight. This is a knight in her Sunday best, my goodness. If at least 3 white mana was spent, enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter. Okay, so it would be possible to spend 3 black on this thing. So adamant isn't just spend 3 of any color on it. It does mean 3 of the color that it is, if it has a color. So 4 mana 3/6, that's huge. But most knight decks aren't going to be super happy about this because they're going to be 2 or 3 colors. Yeah, it's fine though. Filler. 2/5's pretty good stats though, so it might even be like a nice sideboard option. Each creature you control that has an adventure get a 1/1 counter. So the adventure deck is the white green deck, and this is already good, so it's just more reason to play your adventure stuff. And here's our first adventure creature, Realm Cloaked Giant. Destroy all non-giant creatures for 5, and then you get to play it again as a 7/7. Obviously, you always play this. If you're winning, you can just play it as a 7 mana giant, and if you're losing, you wipe the board, and there aren't many other giants. So that card is insane. Oops. Acclaimed Contender. 3 mana, 3/3, rare, knight. Looks good so far. When it enters, if you have another knight, look at the top 5 cards and you can get a knight or a equipment legendary artifact card. So equipment or legendary artifact card from among them into your hand. So it's already great stats. It already is a knight for your other synergies. And then it gets to draw a card, basically. Usually you'll control another knight. Sometimes you'll just run this out on turn 3, and that'll be because running it out on turn 3 is fine. Very good. Oh, wow, this is Adamant. Adamant Incarnate. Linden, whenever a white creature you control attacks, you gain 1 life. So it looks like white is the color that wants to be mono-white the most. It's the most adamant, if you will. And yeah, that could be a real deck. Though, even a heavy white-black deck would play something like this, so solid. Too bad it's not a knight, I guess. Another adventure. A common adventure. Instant, tap up to 2 target creatures. That's great, first of all. And then it comes in as a 2/3 flying, which is not bad. So you pretty much want to play all of these you can get. Even though it is a bit heavy white, but I think even in an even white-blue deck you'd play it because the adventure is so good. Or just a bit extra value to help you survive until you get that second white. All that glitters, hold on, that's not a creature, it looks like a creature. Hushbringer doesn't look like a creature, yet it is. 2 mana, 1/2 flying lifelink. That's already pretty good. I don't know about this nonsense about entering doesn't cause abilities to trigger. Maybe that's constructed. But I think having this early just to gain a couple life could help you extend the game, and you probably always play it. If you're able to pump it up somehow, that's even better. Giant Killer. Kill a creature, and then it taps down any creature. This card is very, very, very good. It's a 1-drop that has infinite value over the course of a game. You'll want as many of those as you can take. So I think like the best of the best are Realm Cloaked Giant, Giant Killer so far. Prince will often play like a common, but it's just a common that you always want. Contender's probably up there too. The only reason I wouldn't put Linden up here is because she's too hard to cast. Sir Alan is good, but not completely busted. Bartered Cow, 4 mana, 3/3. When it dies, or when you discard it, make a food. Replaceable, not great. But it does have more value than a Hill Giant. 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance. Lonesome Unicorn, I like this. So 5 mana to play it, but you can also play it as a 2/2. So it's a 2/2 knight with vigilance. So that's a little overcosted for a 2/2 knight, and it's a little overcosted for a 3/3 vigilance. But you can do it early, you can do it later, and it helps with all of your adventure synergies. Pretty much you always play the adventures. You'd need a really good pool of cards to be cutting adventures, because they'll usually be your most, if your options are playing bad adventure cards, and then things like Ardent Veil Paladin, you want the adventure cards. Glass Casket. Okay, hold on, that's not a creature. Let's make sure we get all our creatures here. Worthy Knight. I'll be the judge of that. Whenever you cast a Knight spell, create a 1/1. This card is insane for the deck. Yeah, this card's just insane. You really want to build up a huge board, though, because you're going to need to tackle some 8/8 tramples with just a bunch of nonsense. I mean, you think you're way ahead, but then your opponent plays this haymaker, ogre, troll, monster, dragon thing, and yeah, it's time to go into all hands on deck. Youthful Knight, reprint here. 2/1 first strike at common. It's a knight, played in the knight decks. Makes things like Contender and Worthy Knight a lot better. 4 mana 3/2 flyer. Yeah, I mean, there's a 4 mana hybrid 3/2 flyer, and this is just much easier to cast than that. It's uncommon. Protection from white. God, that's going to take over some games. Flying. Creatures can't attack you or a planeswalker you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. What? Well, this card is busted. Yeah, that's the first non-rare we're putting in this pile. This is just absurd. Forget the protection from white. That's just going to be a huge pain some of the time, but the rest of it's insane too. Target creature gets +2/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. And then it's a 1/1 flyer. This is not the best, but in the late game, I guess it pushes through damage. It's a chump blocker that blocks flying, and it can attack, and it's evasive. I mean, yeah, it's good. They must have really thought about whether to give the adventure instant speed. At instant speed, this card would be nuts. Or even more nuts, I guess. But it's pretty good. I think you always play this. Just like most adventures. Here we do get an instant. +2/+2, untap a creature. So there's a trick. Remove their thing and then cast a pretty easy to cast Foot Soldier. It's not a knight. Knight might make it too good in this set, but it's very good. Flutterfox. Here we go. A nice evasive, like, I think the white-blue artifact enchantment deck is going to be pretty aggressive if you get a good version of it. So you'll have 2/2 flyings. And a 2/2 can usually attack in early without flying, but then in the late game, any artifact or enchantment will give this thing flying. So yeah, and some decks you just put it in because it's a 2/2, regardless of how many artifacts or enchantments you have. The artifact creatures, which are all pretty good, would give this thing flying too. And a 2 mana 2/2 flying is just insane. Oh shoot, what is this thing? Mythic 6-drop, 4/5. All non-Archon creatures, so all other creatures, have base power and toughness 3/3, but they don't lose flying or anything, or first strike or anything like that. That's pretty good. So if you have a way to pump your creatures bigger, like a mass pump or something, like Sir Alan attacking, all of your creatures are going to trump theirs. That's neat. It brings the 8/8 tramples down to size. Oh, but it comes in and you make 2 1/1s. Oh my god. Even if they deal with this, just killing it, you end up with a little value. But if they don't kill it, that's 10 power and 11 toughness. First among equals, yeah, I'll give you that. I mean, it makes all of their creatures smaller than it. So that's up there. That's a good one. Shepherd, 2 mana 3/1. And then if you want to, you can save one of your things. Oh, that's so good, actually. Early, you just run it out and do damage to them. Late, you use it as a way to save your Archon. Replay it. Instant speed, usher to safety. That's so good. And that's good even if you don't have any enter the battlefield effects, but it's especially good if you do have some kind of enter the battlefield effects. And it's not just creatures. You can get anything back you want. Maybe some lands even have enter the battlefield effects. Replay your land. You can use it to double up on a color. So if you only have one forest, but you have plenty of plains, you need to cast a double green card. You can just tap the forest, return it, play it again, tap it again, then play your big green thing, then play Shepherd of the Flock while you're at it. Righteousness. Knight of the Keep, 3/2 Knight. Yeah, we looked at that one. That is pretty good. I'm putting Lonesome Unicorn at the 3-drop slot. It's a modal card. You can play it at either place, but you're usually not going to miss the 3-drop. So what do we get here? We definitely get a Knight theme, an adventure theme which goes with green, an artifact enchantment theme which goes with blue, and the Knight theme is just red and black. So those are our creatures. And now we'll zoom in on the non-creatures and separate them into like the good from the bad, from the mediocre. Glass Casket. When it enters, exile target creature an opponent controls with converted mana cost 3 or less until this leaves the battlefield. So we finally get an artifact that does this. That's interesting. Converted mana cost 3 or less. Yeah, solid. It's no Journey to Nowhere, and there might be enough removal to punish it a bit. But if there's more removal for enchantments than artifacts in this set, then maybe it's kind of safe. All That Glitters. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact and or enchantment you control. This reminds me of Ancestral Mask, which was 3 mana and gave it +2/+2 for each enchantment you control. But this is good in that blue-white food deck. I guess every color can make food, but foods are artifacts for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, that could be a powerful pump. Imagine putting +3/+3, +4/+4 on your thing for 2 mana. You really have to know you want that, but blue-white has a lot of evasive creatures. Put this on your wolf and you'll be all set. Oh, no! And it always at least gives it +1/+1. So that's not even that bad, and then it scales as the game progresses. Very aggressive. Creatures you control get +0/+1. And then when this enters, make a food token. This is solid. Having a little more toughness on your creatures is not to be underestimated. Like, if you have a bunch of 1/1s and your opponent has a bunch of, like, let's say they have 3/3s. You block the 3/3 with 3 1/2s, and they can only kill one of them. It just makes combat, like, surprisingly easy for you. I don't think it's busted, and it is common. But you do get a little extra value out of it. Trapped in the Tower. Enchant creature without flying. So it's an arrest. It's solid. It doesn't deal with everything, but I think you'll need this kind of thing in general. Side it out against the blue-white flyer deck. Shining Armor. Flash this equipment in, and it attaches straight to a knight and gives it +0/+2 in vigilance. Yeah. Surprisingly good. I probably wouldn't play it outside of the knight deck, but it can make combat annoying for your opponent, and the vigilance is nice. So it just makes a knight that just gets in there every turn and can't be attacked through. Silver Flame Ritual. 1/1 counter on each creature you control, and if you spend 3 white, they get vigilance until end of turn. That's like an Ajani activation, Ajani -1. It's common. You'll know when you want it. You need to have a lot of creatures to make that any good. because it's a lot of mana for what it's doing, and it's not instant. Circle of Loyalty. Okay, so this is the Knight payoff mythic. But any deck will take advantage of the +1/+1. And then for some decks which have more legendary spells than others, you make knights. Oh god, and you can also make knights with the ability. Yeah, I think you play this in any white deck. But it's busted. It's completely insane in the knight deck. Rally for the Throne, instant. Make 2/1/1 white humans. That's pretty good. It's one more than you'd expect for that effect. But then, if you do all 3 mana, you gain at least 2 life. So instant speed, I mean, that's a pretty good trick. It's not insane, but valuable. Outflank. And the life gain will be important. There's a lot of incidental life gain in the set, and you kind of need that to survive long enough. But the fact that there is so much life gain means people will be building slower decks. And then you won't need as much life gain because you won't be under as much pressure. But anyway, it will warp the format a little bit. Outflank deals damage to target attacking or blocking creature equal to the number of creatures you control. So an awful top deck late game. I don't love it. General, I think I'd rather have a cheap trick that just pumps your creature. Yeah. Each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. Never, ever, ever play that. Why is it uncommon? The cards like this should be rare, so we never have to see them. Anyway. Can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. I don't know. I don't even think there's a deck where you'd come close to wanting that against. They get to play 1. I mean, you get to play 1 too, I guess. It's an okay, wait. The upside of this card is that it is a 1 mana white enchantment. If you know you need that, maybe it's okay. Like, if it literally pumps all of your creatures by virtue of being an enchantment, then by all means, but that's going to happen so rarely. Happily Ever After, each player gains 5 life and draws a card. Oh, that's great. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 5 colors among permanents you control, so the white-green deck has this like domain synergy where like the more colors you have, the better. And there are 6 or more card types among permanents you control and or cards in your graveyard. Whoa. What, sorcery, instant, all that kind of stuff. And your life total is greater than or equal to the starting life total. You in the game. Each upkeep. Six or more card types. What are the easy ones to get in play? Creature, artifact, enchantment, land. Not planeswalker. But then you just need instant sorcery in your graveyard. The beginning of your upkeep. The hardest part here is getting 5 colors among permanents you control. But the other part is not easy either. The life should be okay, especially with food. I'll probably try this every now and again, but I don't think it's great. True Love's Kiss. Exile target artifact or enchantment, draw a card. Yeah, that's good. 4 mana, but it's instant, which is a good reason. I don't know if you'd main deck this. Well, there's enough. Yeah, you might main deck this. You definitely main deck it in sealed. Got half the colored cards are artifacts. Castle Ardenvale. included these lands in the white cards because you don't really play this outside of white. Oh, wow, comes in untapped if you have a plains, and then you can make white soldiers whenever you want, and that's great. I think it's not broken, but it's so easy to play that you always want it in a white deck. You'll never cut it from a white deck, which is what makes it really good. Enters tapped unless you control 3 or more planes. I love the design on this set, which seems to be like, hey, if it's the late game, you don't have to draw a dead card. And when it enters untapped, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Yeah, not. Let's see, 3 or more other planes. Yeah, you wouldn't play this particular land if you were splashing white, but anytime your deck is like 40% or more white, I think you'd want it. It's just such a low cost to bring in. Like, if you have 6 other planes, that's about the cutoff. If you have 5 other planes, you probably don't run the Grange, because it's not worth it coming into play tapped some of the time. But coming in tapped is not the worst, and a 1/1 counter is pretty good for a land. Target blocking creature gets +7/+7 for 1 white. I like it. Has to be blocking. I like it because there are some ridiculous monsters in this set, and the only way to beat them is in combat with a 9/9. Like, this is the only way to beat some things. In most sets, it wouldn't be that good, because you'd be like, I block your 3/3 with my 1/1. Haha, righteousness. And they're like, fine, be that way. But here, you need it to block 8/8 trample hastes with your goats or whatever. Anyway. Okay, that's white. What didn't white get? White didn't get an unconditional removal spell. And that's kind of concerning to me. It doesn't have ways to deal with flyers. That's the big thing. Trapped in the Tower gets any creature without flying. And Glass Casket gets a small creature. And those are both, well, that's uncommon. And that's a common arrest for any non-flyer. So how does it deal with flyers? I guess it doesn't. White does not deal, it has to play its flyers. I guess that's the answer. All right, let's take a look at blue. Zoom in here a little bit. Oh wow, that's weird. Okay, Sir Eleonora the Discerning. Its power is equal to the number of cards you have in your hand, and it also draws a card when it enters. So 5 mana, 2/4 to begin with or something, but it keeps getting bigger, or it can, and it's kind of hard to kill. Yeah, that'll be solid. The upside on this is good enough, and the fact that it both draws a card and protects you pretty well makes it solid. And you don't want to run too many of them. It is a legendary, so it's a fine one of. Moonlit Scavengers. When this enters, if you control an artifact or enchantment, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's land. It's very expensive, but having the artifact or enchantment shouldn't be too hard for blue by the time you have 6 mana. But then it's a 4/5. I don't know if you just want to run that many of this, but it's the kind of card that will help you win if you're casting it late game. So definitely worth running. But, I mean, that's huge for a blue creature. 6 mana, 4/5 that bounces a creature. That effect is just so strong. Anyway, Vantress Paladin with Adamant comes in as a 5/5. Whoa. Oh, sorry, with a 1/1 counter on it. I thought it said 3/1/1 counters on it. I'm losing it. No. I don't think that's that good, but if you're heavy blue, a 3/3 flyer for 3 is good, but that's really hard to get the Adamant. And a 2/2 flyer for 4 is just not that good. Frogify. It's a knight, though. A blue knight. 5-color knights? Let's not look at Frogify yet. Beautiful art, though. So tiny. Brazen Borrower. Mythic. Mythic Adventure. And the adventure is 2 mana for an adventure. Return target non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So it doesn't get permanents you control back, but it is instant and efficient and very good. But then, a flash 3/1 flying is super aggressive. It doesn't block ground creatures, but with all of the value here, this card is just a solid, what's my rating scale? I don't know, but this is near the top of that scale, whatever it is. Castle Ventress. Steel Gaze Griffin. Flying, whenever you draw your second card each turn, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It's a 5 mana 2/4 flying, which is a little below rate. You can often get that size for 4, but it gets a little more aggressive if you have card draw. We'll have to look out for the instant speed card draw, because that makes it a bit better on your opponent's turn. Generally, looting is going to help with that, but tacking on a card draw to anything will get you your second one to attack with it. Oh, put a 1/1 counter on this. Flash 1/2 that gets bigger when you draw your second card. Yeah, all you need to draw is 1 extra card, and this thing is huge for its mana cost. So that's pretty good. Get my mana costs lined up here. So we got the first row, which is just all our creatures, but then a special place for the best creatures on the second row here. Defender 3/2 for 2. Loses Defender and becomes human until end of turn. Oh no, the little mermaid here. Yeah. They had similar things that were 3/3s for 2, but they weren't in one color. If it had Island Walk or something, that might be better. I guess it's okay. Gadwick, the Wizened. When Gadwick enters, draw X cards. Whenever you cast a blue spell, tap target non-land permanent an opponent controls. So it always comes in as a 3/3, but any extra mana you spend on it, you draw that many cards. That's insane. 4 mana for a 3/3 draw card? But then on your opponent's turn, you can just tap down all their stuff. Yeah, you're good, Gadwick. Put you at the 4-drop slot. I don't think you'll ever want this for 3 mana, but it's a 3/3. I mean, that can even hit your opponent pretty hard. Corridor Monitor, a 2 mana 1/4, which is pretty huge. It comes in, gives something pseudo-vigilance. Untaps an artifact, so it can help kind of ramp you with the right things. And it's an artifact creature which helps with that blue-white Aura artifact deck. Vantress Gargoyle. This one definitely has a downside. Downside. I know about power creep, but 2 mana 5/4 flying is a little extreme. So can't attack unless defending player has 7 or more cards in their graveyard. And can't block unless you have 4 or more cards in hand. So really you want to... Wow. So it's an early insane blocker. You can always tap it to mill both players, and that will let it attack. This card is insane. I thought it would have like a huge downside, but it's not really. 5/4 flyer with barely a downside. Yeah, that goes into the section of good cards. Vantress must be a sweet place. Visions, Folio Fairy, Stolen, Tome Raider. 3 mana 1/1 when it enters draw card. I don't know if Fairy is the fairies are a tribe, but this card's fine. If the creature type mattered for something, it would be even better. I don't know if it does. I heard there were a bunch of fairies in this set. I mean, there seem to be a bunch of fairies that aren't synergistic. When Sage could be like a non... It could be a non-human synergy. 5 mana 2/5. Can't play too many 5 mana things that aren't huge. Merfolk Wizard. And when this or another non-human creature enters, you may draw a card if you do discard a card. Huh. Looting, looting, looting. Looting's good. Yeah, I almost didn't do it, but I kind of like this. I want to know this set. I feel like if I'm getting back into Magic, I should have a good start coming into a set. It's a good way to do it. Ooh, my favorite card in the set. Mistford River Turtle. When it attacks, another of your attackers can't be blocked. So blue, I forget, I think it's blue-red, but it's like not humans. Maybe it's Teamer. It's like the non-human deck. Fairies and turtles and whatnot. 1/5 for 4. It's not out of this world, but probably fine if you're able to help like a 5 power thing get in there. Queen of Ice, this is one of those cards that you'll probably play as many as you get. It's a bit slower than something like Frostlinks, but it is bigger. Sometimes you'll just play it as a 2/3 because it's easy to cast, and other times you'll actually be able to use the Rage of Winter. So what's the mode on this? I think usually you just play it out on turn 3. Sometimes you'll draw it late and you'll get to do the sorcery and play it. But don't feel too bad about just playing it out and not doing the adventure. For this one anyway. Because if you don't need to use the adventure, it means you're kind of ahead anyway and get more ahead by playing a creature out. Animating Fairy. Target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 0/0 artifact with 4 1/1 counters on it. So, okay, food tokens. Make your food token into a 4/4. Pretty good. Otherwise, it's a Windrake. That's very good. That might be very good. But I think we'll put it up here with Queen of Ice. Enters the battlefield. 1 mana 1/2, already fine. Enters the battlefield. Each opponent mills 2, and you scry 2. Wow. That's good. I'm not going to put it into like the elite most second row here because it is kind of small, but despite its size, I think you run it often. Maybe you could mill them from time to time. Hypnotic Sprite. 2 mana, 2/2 flying with a pretty hard to cast part, but that's okay because you can save it and counter something. So this is one that you really do want to save it unless you feel like you're pretty aggressive. But don't save it much past turn 3. And if it looks like you're not going to have a chance to hold up 3 mana, yeah, just cast it out on turn 2. Good card. Oh my god. How many pings? Take a drink every time. Take a drink of water every time you hear a system alert. Alright, target player puts the top 4 cards of their library into their graveyard. Okay, so there's a legitimate chance of getting a mill deck. What colors would that be? That would just be blue-black. And it doesn't look super oppressive, but it looks like a legitimate sub-theme. So instead of milling 5, mills 4, and then you have an 0/4 blocker. I like that card. I'm gonna draft that deck. And then a lot of cards don't need you to win by milling. They just get better if your opponent has been milled. So, Fae of Wishes. 4 mana on this rare as a sorcery, and you may put a non-creature card from your sideboard into your hand. Okay, otherwise it's a 2 mana 1/4 flying creature, which is great. And yeah, so this one you want to play early. But then, once you realize you have 10 mana and you need your win condition from your sideboard, bring this back to your hand, use the sorcery, and then cast it again. I like it. Or, if you have the time, you can cast the thing first. Yeah, I think that the stats on this are good enough that I'm going to put that down here. It doesn't win the game quickly, but it wins the game and has a ton of value and blocks most things. Very good against the Knight deck, for example. Witching Well. How many creatures are in this color? Okay, rare 3 mana Merfolk Wizard, but it's only a 1/2. However, she holds Excalibur. Oh wow, this costs 1 less for each artifact you control. That doesn't matter too much, it's already kind of cheap. And by the time you have artifacts, you'll have mana, presumably. When it enters, put the top 4 cards of your library into your graveyard, but then you can get them back. So she swims into the lake and says, here, you dropped this. That's neat. Wait, you may cast that card this turn. Timing rules still apply, so she said I could cast it this turn. It's like, yeah, but you can't do it on your opponent's turn unless it has flash. Great. How good is that? That's good in the artifact deck, I think. Opt. Okay. That is our creature base. The one thing I'm interested to see is how good Moonlit Scavengers is. It looks like it's only good with food and stuff, where you can reliably have an artifact in play. We'll just show that again. But 6 mana, is it worth? And it's the most expensive blue card in the set, or it looks like it. But it comes in and just bounces a creature. But it's a huge creature. What was another thing like this? I think there was a 4 mana or 5 mana 2/2 flyer that came in and bounced a creature. How do we feel about food tokens? Well, I think they're great at slowing down the format, and there's a lot of support for them. The Artifact Enchantment deck, the Have You Sacrificed a Thing deck, gain some life against an aggressive deck. Yeah, so far I feel pretty good about it. There's a few cards that say, you know, sacrifice a couple food tokens, draw a card, sacrifice an artifact, do 2 damage to something. They smooth, I mean, there might be like a blue-green food token deck, but mostly they just help smooth the format and make it better. I'm going to put those up here, and now we can zoom in on the blue spells. And separate those into our 3 columns. Good, bad, and goofy. Here's a goofy one. Frogify. Okay, this is the new best art in the set. Enchant creature, it becomes a 1/1 frog. So I will be upgrading all of my creatures into frogs. That is amazing. Loses all abilities. Oh well, it doesn't need any abilities when it's a frog. So that goes in. Okay, it's good, because generally you'll have something like an Overwhelmed Apprentice, which can just block a 1/1. Yeah, you probably always play it, and you won't have to decide whether to play 3 or 4, because it's uncommon. So always play your first 1 or 2. Mantle of Tides. Equipped creature gets +1/+2. Is that it, though? Oh, it's an equipment. Oh, whenever you draw your second card each turn, attach Mantle of Tides. Oh, that's kind of neat. So if you're drawing cards at instant speed, you can use this as a trick to move it around. Otherwise, it's 3 mana. Yeah, it's good with flyers. It's not busted, and it's kind of tricky, so be careful about it. If your opponent's playing it, they probably have some instant card draw. So tiny. So tiny is the real deal. -2/-0, and in the mill deck or whatever, -6/-0, and it's flash. So yeah, I think that's even better than Frogify, because it's just so easy to use. But Frogify shuts down bigger things. They're close. Frogify might be better. Anyway, those are both premium blue removal spells. Castle Ventress. You just need 1 island, then it enters untapped, and you can pay to scry 2. Yeah, solid. I mean, you'll always play this in blue, of course. Run away together. What? Is it a zombie? You running away together with it? What are you guys gonna eat? It's gonna eat you is the answer. Or you're just gonna starve. Anyway, choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands at instant speed. I like it. Sometimes you'll get some value back from a creature that hasn't entered the battlefield effect, or as an adventure, and you just get to choose your opponent's thing too. It's even better in Two-Headed Giant, which is pretty funny. So I like all of these a lot, actually. Mantle's not looking as hot. Draw 3 cards for 5 mana. And then scry 3 if you paid 3 blue. Good, but you can't always afford to have this in your deck. You can't have so many of this effect in your deck. Trying to get things centered nicely here. Get these over here. Wow, it does not zoom in nicely, does it? Okay, zoom in a little more, a little less. Perfect. Oh my god. I said perfect. Move these guys up. Folio of Fancies. I thought it was Folio of Fairies. Folio of Fancies. Players have no maximum hand size. Yeah, this is great in the mill deck. If you start milling 4 here and there, then on the last turn of the game, you're like, okay, we each draw 3. Then you come back to your turn, and then you're like, oh, you have 6 cards in your hand. Mill 6. Back to you. And it's each player draws that many cards. So I think this is only good in the mill deck, but it's a legitimate win condition in that deck, because it kills them pretty quick. Stolen by the Fae. Bounces spell. The bigger that is, the more fairies you get, but the more expensive it is. This card is amazing because it gives you more time to deal with it, and all of a sudden you have a ton of 1/1 flyers. And they're fairies. I still haven't seen the payoff for having fairies specifically, but I think they're just good creatures to begin with. Mystical Dispute. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 3, and it costs only 1 if it's targeting a blue spell. I think I would always side this in against a blue deck, but it's not that good otherwise. Turn into Pumpkin. You bounce any non-land permanent and then draw a card. And then you can even make a food if you paid 3 blue on it. It's instant. It draws a card. I think that's pretty good, actually. There's a card with Kicker that when kicked was the same cost and did the same thing. This can only be kicked, but is only 1 blue. But you get a little bonus if you paid a lot of blue. Charmed Sleep, good lord. I mean, that's uncommon, so we have a lot of like really good blue cards, but some of them are uncommon, so you're not going to see them that often. Charmed Sleep enters tap target creature. This is great in the blue-white enchantment deck, but it's also just good in any blue deck because you've nearly fully dealt with a creature. Into the story. Yeah, blue is looking good. The creatures weren't insane, so you might want to pair it with a color that has some better creatures. Draw 4 cards, and it costs 4 at instant speed if your opponent has been milled enough. 7 mana to draw 4 is like a little worse than Opportunity. Yeah, I think you only want this if your opponent has a good chance of having Threshold, which is to say they have 7 or more cards in their graveyard. Didn't say please counter target spell, and then mill 3. That is so good. Yeah, forget Mystical Dispute. This is the counter spell you want. And it's it's cancel, but it also helps the mill deck, so it's worth keeping that in mind. Midnight Clock, 3 mana to add a blue artifact, adds blue. Put an hour counter on it. What happens when you get the 12th hour counter? Good lord. And then you also put one at the beginning of each upkeep. So let's say you have 6 mana a turn, you can put 3 hour counters on it a turn. So after 4 turns, you shuffle your hand and graveyard into your library, then draw 7 cards, and then exile this. That's solid. Yeah, the Simic deck or the Bant deck is kind of a ramp deck, and it's already being pretty good for that, but it gives you this inevitability to refill your hand. And it's just you, it's not everyone doing it, so try to empty your hand by then. That's weird though, because you'll be drawing cards and putting mana into it. I think it's a solid playable. Oh, does it? Oh, at the beginning of each upkeep. So yeah, it would be 4 counters. So in 3 turns of spending 6 mana on it. But you shouldn't, I don't think you worry too much about doing that. But drawing the 7 cards after activating it is solid. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more you'd almost definitely play this. Because that makes it activate twice as fast. You can use its mana to put a counter on it. Yeah, that's gotta be good enough. Mystic Sanctuary. This is the one that will come in untapped with 3 or more other islands. So you're looking for like 50-50 blue to make this, to have this make the cut. You may put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. That's decent. I mean, that's usually going to be a removal spell or draw spell or some kind of thing. So, yeah. Not busted, but any incremental advantage on a land is usually better than a basic. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. I haven't seen... I think we need to look at black and red for a bunch of removal. Blue has some good card draw and bounce and even counter magic. Well, that's enough, I guess, to get by. If you have enough bounce and counter magic, all you need is a creature or 2 to finish the job. Anyway, no maximum hand size. At the beginning of just your upkeep, put a knowledge counter on this and then draw a card for each knowledge counter on it. Oh no. There was a tweet from Channel Fireball that said, LSV said, drawing 4 cards a turn isn't where you want to be. And this is the card they're referring to, I'm sure. And I don't think you want this. If it had a way to not die to milling yourself, or if you had a way to win, but usually in my control decks, I don't worry about having a way to win, and this is just a way to lose. Because you can't stop it. You have to draw a card for each counter, and you keep getting more counters on it. Yeah, like you'll be drawing more than 7 cards with this. Would it ever be good? I don't know. I think it's pretty risky. I suppose it's decent with Midnight Clock because you shuffle back in all your stuff. Or if you had a card that you were trying to draw to, like if there's one card in the deck that would win you the game immediately, maybe it's okay, but I don't even know what that would be. If you're milling them quickly enough, I guess it's fine. Because then you draw 5, but you've milled them 6 every turn, so that could be fine. Yeah, okay, I revise it. Maybe it's playable in like the mill deck. Witching Well. Enters the battlefield scry 2. It's also mythic, so you don't have to worry about it too often. And it's a mythic that if you open, just pass it. It's not something that you'll regret not having, and it might wheel, and then you'll be like, fine, I'll take it. When it enters scry 2, sacrifice it later and draw 2 cards. This is really only that good if you are in blue-white artifacts. By the 4th turn, you've drawn 10 cards from this alone. Yeah, I mean, it goes pretty quick. You can't just durdle around forever. Opt. Yeah, pretty much you always want to play Opt. But it's not that exciting. Mirror Maid enters the battlefield as a copy of any artifact or enchantment on the battlefield. Let me talk about Opt a little more. It is one of those instants that would help a spells deck. I don't know what that deck looks like, but it also works well in a deck that plays counter magic and stuff, because it gives you something to do on your opponent's turn if they didn't give you anything to counter. All right, Mirror Maid. Copy any artifact or enchantment. What's going on here? For 3 mana. That's cool. There's a couple artifact creatures. The blue-white deck, really what you want to do to evaluate this card is have 1 or two artifacts or enchantments that are like really good to copy, and then a few others that are just fine to copy. And if your opponent has some good stuff, maybe you side it in even if you don't have good stuff. But it just depends on your deck. Oh yeah, well, is it legendary? No, actually it's a way so you would die less fast. You can put in the new Mirror Maid and destroy your old mirror so it stops killing you. And then you have a new problem, but yeah, you reset it. You unintentionally solved it. Yeah, less counters. Exactly. So that's blue. That's all of blue. So review, kind of cheap creatures. There does seem to be, so we know about white now. There does seem to be, I don't know why it just doesn't zoom where I'm looking, but there does seem to be like the white-blue deck, the Teamer non-human deck, and just like a blue spells deck. So maybe blue-red is more spells, or Dimir Mill is the deck I'm most excited for here, and there's a lot of support for that. So the next color we need for Dimir is black, and that's what we have here. Ayara, First of Lochthwain. 3 mana. Wow. What colors have I done so far? Artifact, non-monocolored lands, multicolored, white and blue. So we're going white, blue, black, red, green, Wooburg order, and this is the middle of the monocolored things. And this is super monocolored. Huh. Elf Noble. I think if you're like pretty heavy black, but not all black, this would be about a 5-drop. So that's kind of how you want to evaluate this. So is the ability something you want in that deck? Or play a mono black deck. I mean, if you first pick this, then maybe that's... But if you're like halfway through a draft and you know your 2 colors, is this going to be good enough? So when it or another black creature enters, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So you really want to be mono black with this to get the most out of it. Sacrifice another black creature, draw a card. Yeah, this doesn't look good outside of mono black, or at least very heavy black, like 12 5 mana base black. Because it's only a 2/3 and it only is a sacrifice outlet for black. Reeve Soul, we'll look at that later. Bog Naughty. Oh, fairy. Sacrifice of food. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn, and you can do this as long as you have mana to do it. 3/3 flyer. Yeah, it looks like an uncommon. It is a good one, and I think food is just in every color. So I'm trying to look for like the food deck, but certainly black has a nice payoff for it. When the talisman enters, 3 wish counters, remove a wish counter, put a card in your hand, and then your opponent gains control of this. So you spend a card, and you get the first wish. And hopefully, there's some blue cards that can like bounce this back to your hand, or you can destroy it. But you give it to your opponent, then they wish, and you get it back for the final wish. It's kind of dirtily, it's kind of weird. Generally, I'd kind of avoid that, and it's not even a creature, so I shouldn't have even reviewed it yet. Mythics, some of them are weird. This one is just obviously very good, and of course, you'll never cut it. It's a very good reason to play black, because it takes over the game pretty quickly. Each player sacrifices a creature. Choose any number. Dang. So 0, 1, 2, or 3 are the numbers you really have to choose from. Yeah, I mean, if you have extra little stuff, you can swing in here, have them sacrifice their only creature while you sacrifice your frog or whatever. Each player loses a life and draws a card. If you are ahead, generally you don't want to do that. If you're ahead in card advantage. If you're behind, it might be good, or if they're very low life, it might be good, or if they have a ton of cards in their hand. So that it's better for whoever has less cards in their hand. Each player discards a card. Dang, this is like a planeswalker. I mean, it's already good as a 3/3 haste flyer, but so many options, and you can just try to choose the best one. It's a skill testing card. Oh boy, poison apples. Create a food token. A delicious, nutritious food token, apparently. No drawbacks. But you can sacrifice it to poison it and target player loses 3 life. Or any food. Yeah, not great stats, but a 3 mana 1/3 that enters and gains 3 life, that's not great. But if you're using the food for some other purpose, that could be good. So I don't know. The more food you have, the better, but it's not... Oh, this is going to come down here. It's not going to be that good. Generally, this will be better if you have other ways to use the food tokens. Eye Collector. 1 mana 1/1 flying. But it mills when it hits your opponent. So probably not good enough outside the mill deck, but a solid way to get that going if you have enough payoffs that depend on your opponent getting milled, because it's evasive. Barrow Witches. When they enter, return a night card from your graveyard to your hand. That's flavorful. I like that. I don't think that'll be too common to play, but 3/4 for 5 is not awful in terms of what black usually gets. Now here's a 5 mana night card. When another creature dies, or a creature card is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, or a creature card leaves your graveyard, what the heck? So basically, if anything happens, Sir Conrad says 1 damage to you, opponent. Doesn't matter what happens. If anything happens, you can just read Sir Conrad's paragraph of text here. So basically, whenever a creature changes zones, this would be good in the mill deck too. Creature card put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, which would be not dying, I guess. Or a creature card leaves your graveyard only your graveyard, though. So the first two are if they go into either graveyard, but the last one is when a creature leaves your graveyard. And then it mills. So, I mean, it's a good-sized knight, I guess, 5/4. That if things get into combat, they're going to lose more life. But it's also really good for the mill deck because it has this extra, both players mill the top card, in the meanwhile doing damage. It doesn't gain life, though. The mill deck would rather gain life than do damage to the opponent. Black Lance, because they're not going to have 20 creatures in their deck. Oh wow, Flash 3/1 Knight. Target Knight gets a Death Touch and Lifelink, so it's like Lightning Helix for a creature. Always play that one. Sir Conrad, how good is it? I don't think it's up here with like the best cards, just because it is so much mana. It's a nice mana sink for the late game, but yeah. You gain X life and each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of knights you control. That's solid. Otherwise, it's a 2/1 lifelink knight. I'm tempted to put that down here, but that's really good in the knight deck. Leave it at that. I mean, it's okay in any deck, but really good in the Knight deck. Top deck it late. You're like, what are you at? 8? Oh, I have 8 Knights. Bam. Enters the battlefield. 2 damage to another creature you control. If you do, draw a card. Always a 4/2. Sometimes you'll have something big enough where it's big. Yeah, I like that card. If you have any other big thing, or if you have something to sacrifice to the 2 damage, you get to draw a card. That's going to be solid. Cauldron Cat. When this enters, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay. Sacrifice a food and get it back to the battlefield. So keep chump blocking, and for all your extra food, you get a chump blocker and a life drain. Yeah, that's persistent enough that I think it's going to be good. I don't know. It's somewhere between good and very good. Like, the more food you have, the better it is. Because food gains you 3 life. This is like sacrifice a food for free, gain 1 life, and also do 1 damage, and get a blocker back. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. Target creature gets +2/+1 and death touch. Sometimes you're going to need this. I think this is a good one-of trick. It's very cheap. It trades up. And we're not looking at those yet, which I forgot. Oathsworn Knight. 3 mana, but it comes in as a 4/4. It attacks each combat if able, and it has the Phantom ability. Too bad the cat is an uncommon. Yeah. Well, in the battle of cats versus mice, the mice have to win, though. Okay, so if it would be dealt damage while it has a 1/1 counter on it, oh, they fixed it. It only prevents the damage if it is going to remove a 1/1 counter. But it prevents all of it. Yeah, this is a solid little beater early. I mean, they have to throw a bunch of creatures at it to kill it. Like, ultimately, they need to chump it and then have a 4/4 to stop it. It does have to attack each combat, but the Knight deck can be pretty aggressive. And even if you are chump attacking with it, it takes 4 turns to kill. So yeah, that's a solid one. And you get to block with it once because it doesn't have haste. But yeah, that thing hits hard right from the start. Like, if you have other creatures attacking too, they're going to take a ton of damage. 2 mana 1/3. This thing is busted. I mean, it's only 2 mana, so how much could it possibly do to take over the game? But this is the kind of 2 mana card that is good in the late game. It's good early. If it's a board stall, you just keep making rats. Oops, I made my 3rd rat. Now I control any creature forever at instant speed. And the rats could kill you? So either the rats kill you, or they steal your best thing and then they kill you. Yeah, this is one of the best black cards to open, I think. Rankle, Piper of the Swarm. Insane. Lochthwain Paladin. Menace, 3/2. If at least 3 black mana was spent to cast it, it enters with 1/1/1 counter. Yeah, I mean, it's replaceable. It's better than the white one, I think, because it's already a 3/2 menace. And then it can become a 4/3 menace, which is absurd for a 4-drop. Oh god, this is the one. This is one of the early spoiled cards in the set, and I was like, this set is going to be powerful. Clackbridge Troll. Trample, haste, 8/8. What's the drawback? For 5 mana. Your opponent gets 3 stupid goats, which they can use to feed this troll and stop it from attacking. But if they do that, you gain 3 life and you draw a card. So you eat a food, and they tack this. I don't know why they had to tack this on, but you also draw a card. So pretty much your opponent has to remove it. I mean, they have to find an answer to this. It's absurd. This is one of the best cards in this set, I think. Like, yeah, you can kind of keep it back for a couple turns, 3 turns, but then you've had your opponent gain 9 life and draw 3 cards. 5 mana, gain 9 life, draw 3 cards. I don't know. It seems great. Maybe they play tested it and it was fair. Like, you could take a hit off it, I guess. But yeah, I think it's really good. It is kind of a Punisher effect. Your opponent gets to choose what they do. And if they have some infinite stream of creatures, yeah, but they still draw you a card every time they sack it. I don't know. This card also looks really good. Destroy target creature or planeswalker, you lose 2 life. Instant speed. And that's insane. I mean, that card would be rare and good on its own. Hero's Downfall. And then a lifelink 2/3 that comes back. It's also a relevant type. Black, I think black has the best creatures we've seen so far. Or, yeah, it's not even a question. White had good mythics, I guess, but black has good rares and uncommons. Forget that. Memory Theft, Malevolent Noble. Sacrifice an artifact or another creature. Put a 1/1 counter on the Noble. Oh, I like that. So food makes this thing bigger. Or another creature. Yeah, I really like this one. Cards like this play way better than they look. I guess just because it's a common, I'll put it up here, but you'll probably play 1 or 2 of these and be happy about it. Reaper of Night. The only downside to this is it's super expensive. 4 mana, target opponent discards 2 cards. And then Forever and a Day Later, it's a 4/5 that can get flying. The flying, I mean, that helps, I guess. But either side of it is not really worth it. But both sides are very close to being worth it. It's a powerful card. It's just a card you can't play too many of. So a perfect curve topper. Now here is an adventure that you'll always play, all of them. 1/1 Death Touch, solid value. Oh, it's even a knight? Wow. Yeah, so 1/1 Death Touch Knight for you. And if you draw it late, you also get to draw a card before you play it. And probably, unless you're really under the gun, you want to save it for the adventure. Just sacrifice a food and gain a bunch of life back. Yeah, that's insane. It's uncommon, so you probably won't get more than a couple in any given draft, but first pickable. I think all the cards down here are cards you'd be happy first picking. Order of Midnight. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Well, that's good, so a 2-for-1. And then a flying creature they can't block. I mean, that's well worth it. So a little more expensive for a Raised Dead, but then you have a knight, relevant creature type. God, that's good. I don't know if it's quite like happy to first pick, but it's really close. Yeah, I'll put it there. As close to this row as it can be. When this thing enters the battlefield, scry 2. It's a knight. It's a 2/3. It has a little extra value. Got to be kind of heavy black to play it. So you'd play it if you're the knight deck and you're heavy black. Witch's Vengeance. Oh, another creature here. the Belle of the Brawl. 3/2 menace for 3. Other knights you control get +1/+0. So Battle Cry for knights. I mean, it's already good. It's already what, that Goblin Menace thing? But then in the knight deck, it's just even better. I'm going to put that down here, actually. Since it's so synergistic in the knight deck, and such a low cost for that extra ability, that's a good first pick. Bacon to pie. So there is our set of creatures. Yeah, it's a really nice curve and a ton of high impact, powerful creatures. Now we can look at the other spells, and I saw a couple good ones here. Revenge of Ravens. Enchantment, whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, that creature's controller loses a life and you gain a life. They don't have to attack. Zero bad creatures? No, the format is just I put all the creatures on the top row, and I'll bring down any creatures that are particularly good to the second row. So why do it that way? We can go over that a little bit. The idea behind this is that it's kind of like looking at a sealed pool. You want to know what the curve looks like, because if you have 10 good 4-drops, you have to cut some of them and play some bad 1-drops. So you're looking for what is the best 1-drop you can have, what's the best 2-drop, what's the best 3-drop, and so forth to fill in the curve. And then in draft, you can say, oh wow, there's a ton of 3-drops, they're all pretty good. I need to prioritize 2-drops. So laying it out like that is useful just to know what the curve looks like. Reaper's over here. And then there's some notables that are worth some extra attention. Does that make sense? So even though some of these are way better than others, they're all kind of on the same row. Revenge. This is not great. Your opponent doesn't have to attack, but if you're really aggressive, I could see playing it in the knight deck. No, you can't play this card. It can prevent some people from winning, but it happens so late that if you are the aggressive deck, then they've already done enough damage to, I don't know. I mean, if your opponent only has 1-power creatures, then you can't lose against them with this. But it's so narrow, because they're like, oh sweet, now I just sit back and block. You'd never main deck it though. Yeah, that's a weird one. It's going to be annoying to play against, but I don't think it's going to win you many games if you do play it. Just rather have any creature. X the number of cards in your graveyard. That's a really expensive conditional removal spell. It just depends, I guess. Here's the combat trick. I think this is generally worth 1 in your deck. The death touch is nice. If your creature has a way of doing damage to multiple things, or first strike, or a first strike flying, it gets better. But yeah, if there's a red card that says does 1 damage to target creature or player, or enters and does 1 damage to all your opponent's creatures, then this is a really neat trick to add on to it. But yeah, it's not bad on its own. Death touch. Even 1 toughness is fine. We looked at the talisman. It's dirtily. If you think if you think your deck's way better than your opponent's, then probably play it. Otherwise, you don't need to worry about stuff like that. Destroy target creature with power 3 or less. Here's a good one. Not too much to say about it. Your opponents are going to have creatures with power 3 or less, and that'll kill them. Giant Skewer. There's a limit to how many you'd play. The first 1 or 2 are really good. After that, you do want some answers for things that green might have. When equipped creature deals damage to a creature, skewer it, make a food. It's just expensive for this effect. I mean, +2/+1 is fine to have, and the longer the game is, the better. And whenever it gets into combat, you get food. So if you have a few ways of using food, this could be fine. If you have flyers, it's pretty good. So slow games, flyers, food payoffs, the skewer gets better. But it's kind of expensive. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. So the uncommon mode of this is to kill your opponent with it. Or mill them with it. Yeah, this is pretty good in mill. Huh. Yeah, it keeps you going. Finishes off your opponent. And if you're mono black, or it's like the late game, you can afford to end up gaining a life off it with your food token. Not a high pick, but I think it's pretty good. It has just enough versatility and upside if you're heavy black. Would you play it if you're not heavy black? Maybe 1 copy, because divination is so good. Yeah. Anyway, Cauldron's Gift, 2 and 3 black gives you adamant, otherwise it's 4 and a black. Returns a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it. Pretty good. And you can mill yourself 4, so hopefully you're not playing against the mill deck before you do it. And it's choose, not target. So if your opponent has some cremate that removes a thing in response, it doesn't counter this, you'll get to choose your second best creature, basically. Is it good? That depends on how good your creatures are and how much you can afford to, play a 5 mana card that doesn't help you until that point. Castle Lochthwain looks like a lamp or something. Oh, it also is floating. It looks like a cloud is holding it up, a rain cloud. Anyway, I said I wasn't flavor judging, but I'll get a few points in. This is the rare one, so it enters untapped as long as you have any swamp, and then for a little extra black you can draw a card, then lose life equal to the number of cards in your hand. So if you're hellbent, that's really nice. Draw a card, lose a life. Wow, that is solid. I think you always play that in black. You don't have to lose the life. I mean, otherwise it just adds a black. Here, Epic Downfall. This is the opposite of the Reeve Soul. Exile target creature with converted mana cost 3 or greater for 2 mana. That's even better than Reeve Soul. And it exiles. Cauldron of Eternity. So you fill up your graveyard, and then this thing gets a little bit cheaper. Maybe you have 3 creatures, and this thing costs 6. And then it gets harder to mill yourself. All your creatures die and go back to the bottom of your deck, which is pretty good. That's usually better than them going to the graveyard. But the creatures that are always there, or that are already there, can come back to the battlefield once per turn, paying 2 life. I don't think this is worth it. How much did you miss? Maybe half? We're a little over, a little more than half. I have 2 more colors to do after black, but that's okay. You can always go back and watch it. Yeah, I don't think Cauldron is worth it. I mean, after getting this in play and then paying 2 life, it's a very slow way to get 1 creature back. Very late in the game, if you have a lot of extra life, you can just get a creature back every turn and that'll easily win you the game. But getting to that point is pretty tough. So this is like a build around as your only win condition if you're like a weird deck. But beyond that, I don't know what to tell you. Sided in against the mill deck. Witch's Cottage enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 3 or more other swamps. Yeah, and then you get a little incremental advantage if you had 3 or more swamps. Put a creature from your graveyard on top. Yeah, if you're heavy black, you play it, but it's nothing special. Memory Theft. Reveal someone's hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Oh, it has to be your opponent, so you can't do it on yourself if you wanted to. They discard it. You may put a card that has an adventure that player owns from exile into that player's graveyard. That'll come up. So sometimes it can get like 1.5 cards that way. If you're not main decking this, it's a good sideboard option against a bunch of adventures. Most people will be playing their adventures. I think the adventures are in all colors. But the thing is, like, I don't think adventures will hang out in exile too long. They'll usually get cast right away. But the... what is it? The Realm Cloak Giant or whatever it's called. Whoops. If your opponent has this, you're siding the heck into that thing. Because it's one thing for them to wrath the board. It's another for them to also get a 7/7. But it's, you know, pretty easy to get rid of it with this card. More likely to hit 2 spells. I don't know. I don't know how it compares to Mind Rot, actually. Depends. If it's not in this set, it compares very unfavorably to... well, I don't know, because you also get to choose which non-land card. So that's already fine. Yeah. The other part is, this set is very powerful. So the first card you're taking might win you the game. Like if you're taking their... heck, you could even take the Realm Cloak Giant to begin with. If you're taking their Rankle a turn before they can cast it, what else do they have? They don't have anything else. Yeah, I could see main decking one of these and maybe siding in the second one, depending on how good your opponent's deck is. Another one, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. Oh no, this is the one where like they exile that one, and if it's non-black, you exile one. So I think you only ever play this against a black deck. So a sideboard card. Well, you don't have to exile anything, it just looks at their hand, but who knows. Creatures of the creature type of your choice get -3/-3 until end of turn. Yeah, generally, I mean, I don't know how often the mirror will come up, but you can usually just focus and kill one thing. Sometimes you'll kill all of their things, and that's always worth playing. It's too bad it's not instant, but the potential upside of it makes it worth it. Forever Young, yeah, it's a cantrip that fills the top of your deck up with good stuff, presumably, that you want to draw. So get back a creature if you want. In the early game, you can just cantrip it, and you can set up your draws pretty well. If you have a couple bomb creatures, you'll always run 1 or 2 of these. Not busted, but Bacon to Pie might be busted. Destroy a creature at instant speed for 4 mana. That's better. Can you choose order? What? Yeah, you choose the order. Yeah, you choose the order. Whenever you just put something somewhere, you always get to choose the order. So let's say your opponent Wrath of Gods you. You can choose the order at which your cards go into your graveyard, for example, because they're all dying at the same time. But anyway, a lot of times, yeah, you'll think of physically doing it. So if it just says put them there, you physically have to do that, so you choose how you do it. Otherwise, you'd have to shuffle or something, and it would specify that. Or random order. Destroy target creature. Create a food token. I mean, this card's maybe the best common in this set. It's a strong set, too. So play all of these. Bacon to Pie, didn't say please. Those are bread and butter of the mill deck. Okay, intermission time. Next we have red. Leave this happy fellow up here, and I'll be right back. Red. Zoom out. Merchant of the Veil. Three mana, 2/3, already pretty good, so if it has any upside beyond that, it should be excellent. You may rummage. Discard a card if you do, draw a card. At instant speed for 1 red. That on top of a creature is so good. But then you can rummage with Merchant. You have to spend some mana on it. But unlike Rummaging Goblin, 3 mana for a 1/1, this is 3 mana for a 2/3. And you can do it without tapping it. So attack in, rummage as often as you want. It's surprising that this is a common even. It's pretty solid. Alright, Thane of Red Fell. Thanes are slightly below Lords, I guess? Torbran. 2/4 for 4. But if a red source you control would deal damage to an opponent or permanent they control, it deals 2 more. So it's kind of like a 4/4 that makes all of your 1/1s into 3/1s, and all of your red burn spells into lava blasts or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty good, but it's very heavy red. Bone Crusher Giant. Damage can't be prevented this turn. 2 damage to any target. Well, that's really good already. Stomp. You'd play that card. That's like a constructed sideboard card. Damage can't be prevented this turn? I don't know. Seems good. And then, but what you also get out of this is a 4/3. A 4/3 for 3. So you kill a creature, and then you get a 4/3 for 3 with upside. And it isn't even killed by the Realm Cloak Giant, because it's a giant. Yeah, I'm going to put Torbran up here just because this set is so powerful. It can also kill 2/3 toughness blockers. Oh, yes. Yes, it can. Yeah, it'll do 5 damage to the first one and 3 damage to the second one. Yeah, that's hilarious. But it can only kill 2 damage blockers. Or 2 toughness blockers. That's awesome. Alright, anyway. Well spotted, Cacboon. Yeah, there's assigning damage, and then there's doing damage. You get people with that all the time. If you have a card that can prevent 1 damage to a creature, they're allowed to assign 3 damage to it, and like 2 damage to the next one, if it has 3 toughness. But what they need to do is go back and assign 4 damage to it, and then account for the 1 damage that would be prevented in the future, which they probably already know about. Weird stuff in Magic, but that's the kind of rules lawyering that can win you games, online especially. In live Magic, you have to ask them specifically, like, how are you assigning damage? Like, no, tell me exactly how much damage you're assigning. Make sure it's legal. What is this guy? Defender, 1/3, reach for 3. You must be a sniper surgeon if you can hit a flyer with a trebuchet. Are you kidding me? It's because a wizard did it. 1 damage to each opponent. I guess it's tall enough? I don't know. It's weird. 1 damage to each opponent. Or maybe it has archers next to it. That's the one where the 1 power comes from. I guess that makes sense. When a knight enters the battlefield under your control, untap it. Oh. Kind of cool. Yeah, it's pretty good in an aggressive deck, and it has some upside against, like, flyers or something. Would you play it in, like, the best knight deck of all time? Maybe not, because then you just want a lot of knights. But then again, every knight you play, like, the more knights, the better. So you can't play too many non-knight cards, but this is one of the good ones. Here's a knight. Look, it's got a Spirit Blade. 1 mana, 1/1 for strike haste. Still not good enough. When it attacks, another target attacking knight gets 1 power. And it's really easy to equip to this thing. What is this flavor text? 2018 World Champion Javier Dominguez. Is that, like, who's depicted here? Yeah, they're going back to that old invitational thing where they'd make a card of you if you won. But I guess that's who it is. They didn't have on the flavor text who it was depicting. That's kind of in your face, I think. But oh well. This way they can show off the card to their parents. They printed my name on it. Oh well. Good for him. Opportunistic Dragon. 4 mana, 4/3 dragon. I'm sure it has upside because it's rare. Choose a human or artifact. Gain control of it. But it loses all abilities and it can't attack or block. You can still sacrifice it to other effects, but you can't sacrifice it to its own thing. I wonder though if, yeah, I mean, it takes it away for them to use it, and in response they can sacrifice a food token or something. I mean, it's a little upside. Well, it's a lot of upside because it's removal, but and then when they kill the dragon, they get it back with Summoning Sickness again. It's a 4/3. Look, what do you want? It's a 4/3 dragon for 4. What do you guys want from me? Rimrock Knight. 2 mana, 3/1 adventure. Boulder Rush, instant +2/+0. And it can't block. Very aggressive. But the trick, in addition to the size, make it good enough. And it's a knight? Okay. I guess the dwarves have like a system of nobles and stuff. Yeah, you always play this thing. If it wasn't a knight, I think you could cut it some of the time, but being a knight, it's probably good enough to just about always play. Ogre Errant, an ogre knight. They're just handing out knight chips to everyone. Dragons will always be great and limited. True. Do you know how many? What was the dragon called? Dazareth, or that's not what it's called. Drakaseth. I don't know, but there's a 7-mana 7/7 dragon in M20, and I thought I would never pass it. I passed it twice yesterday. It was awful. It's very heavy red, and if red is like both not open and you passed a lot of it and you're not in red at all, it's kind of hard to take it late in the draft. You still might take it if there's nothing else in the pack. That hurt. Another target attacking knight gains menace. So 4 mana 3/4, not horrible stats. It does help out your... Oh shoot, why am I putting this here? Dragon comes down here. This thing is fine. Embercleave, looking forward to that. Ironcrag Pyromancer. Human. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, Lightning Bolt. You need to find ways to draw cards. And we didn't see too many cantrips. Like there's Opt, but that only draws one. I suppose there are ways to rummage and loot. And you can do that on your opponent's turn. But, I mean, this thing is solid. If you ever Lightning Bolt something with it, it's already paid for itself. A blue-red card. Yeah, that's what it is. Weaselback Redcap? Weaselback? 1/1. It's a knight. I don't know who knighted this thing, but they should be fired or executed. Robber of the Rich. 2 mana. Reach haste. And if opponent has... Oh, we saw this one spoiled. Whenever it attacks, sometimes, that is, whenever your opponent has more cards in hand than you get the top card of their library. And then any time you have attacked with a rogue, you can play that card with any mana. It's pretty conditional. It's already good enough. Reach haste 2/2. But I think getting the card is going to be difficult. You may cast the card. You can't get lands off it, but you can play cards you've previously exiled with it. But you don't exile anything if they don't have more cards in hand. So only if they're rich. Yeah, it's not Gaunty, but in a lot of ways it's better. And of course you always play it, and this is a high pick. Embereth Paladin. Also, if they kill it, there aren't many rogues in the set. Maybe there's a few fairy rogues or something. So if they kill it, they kind of take away the access you have to those cards. But I mean, 2 mana 2/2 haste is already pretty good. Reach is funny. Also, different from Gaunty, let's go back to talk about it a little bit more, because there's a lot going on here. Different from Gaunty, you exile the top card of their library, so it's face up. Everyone gets to see what the card is. So in a lot of ways, it's a fixed Gaunty trigger. Gaunty was just, I mean, I love Gaunty, but that was just way too good. Haste 4/1. This is not as good as the black one, but it's pretty good. A 5/2 haste for 4 that's a knight. Actually, I don't like it. This might be the worst of the knights. The adamant knights. But it's okay. I mean, that's a lot of damage, and it is a knight, so it's better than like a lightning elemental was. And if it is 5/2 haste for 4, that's really a lot of damage. So you'll know when you want it. Again, that's going to mostly be on when you are heavy red. Sirkara the Bold. What is that weapon? Just a Just a pole, I guess, a cudgel. When Sir Kara or an instant or sorcery spell deals damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So after it hits, oh no! It can just tap to do 1 damage to anything? This is an uncommon? This is the one that gets good with Death Touch. This card is nuts. Yeah, I think you always play this thing. The fact that it can pretty much draw a card at any turn, including lands. I mean, you have to tap it down to use it, but on your opponent's turn, you can, you know, get an instant maybe off the top. Hopefully you don't mill yourself, but you can also just hit creatures with it. This card is great. And it can attack. Like, it can either ping them or just attack into them. Yeah, its only downside is it's kind of small. Flashing in that black. Oh, give Death Touch to a Knight card. Yeah, that's insane. There's also the Death Touch trick, but yeah. Redcap Raiders. 3/2 for 3, so I'm listening. When it attacks, you can untap. You can tap and untap non-human creature you control. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, if you do, Redcap Raiders, you have a whole checklist to see if you're allowed to do it. Redcap Raiders gets +1, and by the time you checklist, you forget what you were doing in the first place. If you do whatever that was, it gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. So it's like a vehicle. This might actually be pretty good. Red, blue, non-knight things. I think where you want to be is be in the knight deck. If you're red, you want knights, but I think this is a pretty good card. I don't know. It's filler. It's filler. But 4/3 trample is aggressive. Just tap down another creature. It's fine. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, this thing gets +1/+1 and first strike until end of turn. It's already a 2/1. That's right. I guess blue-red is like the non-human deck. So we have a couple of those payoffs here. But it's filler again. Then again, like 3/1 first strike trades up a lot. Not trades up, but just kills something. 1 mana, destroy target artifact, so usually you'll get a food out of it. Here's a good judge question, and I think the answer is it doesn't get exiled because it doesn't resolve. But if you battle display a food token and they sacrifice it, this spell doesn't resolve, right? So then it goes to your graveyard instead of exile. So be careful about using battle display, but generally that'll be pretty good. And then it's a 2/1, so you're not really losing much. But yeah, 3 mana, destroy an artifact, 2/1. That's pretty good. It's a sorcery, so you can't really hold it up for that long. The targeted rule? Well, it just doesn't resolve, right? I think it has to resolve to exile. I'm 80% sure that's how it works, but I've been wrong before. Usually they'll change that rule if they think it's extra not fun or something. But yeah, it's a solid card. There's plenty of good artifacts going around that any deck can play. 2 mana, you can have up to 7 of these, although if you have more than that, you're probably just cheating anyway. Gets 1/1 for each other 7 dwarves you control. It's already a 2/2. So that's a good mini game to play. Get as many of those as you can. Mad Ratter. When you draw your second card each turn, get 2 rat tokens. Can you have 7 dwarves in limited? I think yes. Until you play it, because once it's on the battlefield, its rule supersedes the rules of the game. I'm just kind of kidding right now, but then as soon as you play it, then your deck is checked again to see if you have more than that. No, I think you can have any number, that's true. Shoot. Oh well. Because this supersedes the rule of up to 4, but I think the rule of limited will supersede that. Mad Ratter, I don't really know how good this is. I think once you make 2 rats, you're in good shape. And if you can reliably activate this turn after turn, then that's a lot of rats. Black-red deck, maybe? Because the black-red deck has that rat rare lord. They might work well together, but it's just so small to begin with. This might be a bad card. The Mad Ratter. It's a bad card with like potentially a lot of upside. Burning Yard Trainer. 5 mana 3/3 trample haste. When it enters, another target knight gets +2/+2 in haste. That's really good. This is going to be a huge curve topper to a knight deck. I'm even going to put it down here because 5 mana is not a lot. 5 mana for a 3/3 trample haste is already totally playable. Trample too? But then it's like 5 power and toughness with haste. Oh wow, and it also gives the other one haste? So if you have cheap knights, I don't know, you play them both. Anyway, Raging Redcap. Here's a knight, double strike. Is that any good? It's fair. It's not busted. It's like a 2/2 knight that gets a lot better if you have equipment or pump spells or Burning Yard Trainers. Skullknocker Ogre. 4 mana 4/3, which is a good stats. When it hits an opponent, they discard a card at random. And then they draw a card. Yeah, so generally that will decrease the quality of cards in hand. No, it won't. Well, it could, because they are not really choosing when they get hit. But if they start sandbagging lands, they could improve their quality. Yeah, I think this is better for your opponent than it is for you, but sometimes it could screw them over. The moral is, I wouldn't worry about the effect too much. Only play this if you need a 4/3 for 4. That's the moral of that story, which is going to be usually. Yeah, you're going to lose the game sometimes because it drew them towards their bomb. And you're going to win the game sometimes because they discarded their bomb. But neither is that likely, and you shouldn't worry about it. Or maybe they're both likely, but they cancel out. Scorching Dragonfire. Instant. 3 damage to creature or planeswalker and exile it if it dies. Well, that's the best red common in the set for sure. Doesn't hit a player, but it's instant. Lightning Strike. Oops. Ferocity of the Wilds, enchantment. Attacking non-human creatures you control get +1/+0 and trample. So this is fixed Street Riot. Don't play this if you have any more than a couple humans. And don't play it if you're not super aggressive, because it does nothing on defense. But it's pretty much like if you plan to attack a couple times, or you have a bunch of evasive fairies that are cheap, doubles all their power. So think of like a trumpet blast that doesn't have a surprise factor, but persists turn after turn. It's okay. This will be the reason why some aggressive decks are decent. But the knight deck doesn't want it. There are some knights that aren't humans, which both decks can play. Especially in red. Red cap melee. 4 damage to creature or planeswalker. But if a non-red permanent is dealt damage this way, you sacrifice a land. Oh, I'd still always play this one. It just deals with a lot, like, you don't want to use it early unless you're against red. But I think 1 mana, sacrifice a land to do 4 damage is good in the late game. And this might be a high land format anyway. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. Destroy the walls. Blow your house down. Nice. I don't love it. Maybe sided in against walls. It's kind of expensive for what it does. It doesn't falter the entire board. It doesn't have any other effects. It's a spell, so if you're like an aggressive spells red-blue deck, I don't know. 5 mana, 5 damage to a creature. That's really good. And it's like a punish the enemy that kills more creatures if you spend 3 red mana on it. I like that one. So they are printing pretty good answers. Gain control of target creature with converted mana cost 3 or less until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn for very cheap. Better in some decks than others. Better if you can sacrifice it. Not that exciting otherwise. I think if you're super aggressive, you'll want this because you can do like a haste creature and steal a creature or hold up your tricks. But it can't kill something too big. There's some crackling with my mic. As an additional cost, yeah, so Tormenting Voice here. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for pointing that out, because that's not something I can hear in the studio over here. Yeah, I don't know why that would have happened. Good. Yeah, it must have been bad, because like a small crackling, I don't think you'd notice. Thrill of possibility. I hope that wasn't going on too long. Instant speed. That's really good. I think you always play your first one. I mean, it's not like incredibly exciting, but this is the kind of thing that the draw your second card deck really wants, because it's 1 card that draws 2 cards on your opponent's turn. Yeah, that's real good. Oh, hold on. No! Okay. Ha. Crystal Slipper. 2 mana. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 in haste. Equipped for 1. That haste can be really good. Sometimes that's the reason why Lightning Greaves was so good, just to give it haste. It equips for pretty cheap. It does also give power. And it comes in for 2. Yeah. In any aggressive deck, this is going to be very playable. I mean, it comes, so it's like a bone saw that's a little expensive on the front side, but makes any creature you play have haste and 1 power. Oh no. Add 7 red, you can only cast one more spell this turn. So what is this? This is like fireball you. Or play Omnath or something where your mana pool doesn't empty. I don't know, seems bad. Seems like a constructed question that you don't want to answer. Or you might have one specific card in your deck that this helps you get out, like a 10-drop or something, and you figure, hey, I'll play it. Barge in. Target attacking creature gets +2/+2, and then each attacking non-human gets trample. I think you'll know when you want it. It's not terrible, but yeah, I mean, it's a trick that you might want. Like red-green has some big creatures that don't have trample. If you only have one big creature, you wouldn't play the thing. It depends. If you have like a 10-drop that wins you the game when you cast it, then you can think of it like a combo. And I mean like it just wins the game whenever you cast it. You might think of just trying to assemble that combo. So you have two cards in your deck that if you have them both in your hand at the same time, you win the game. And that's, I don't know, that would make it reasonable to play. I don't think that happens though. And oftentimes even the 10 drops will be like, oh, it's a pretty good card, but dies to Doomblade. This is great. If you're playing red, play this. I love how it like doesn't just ask you to have the red mana. It also comes into play untapped if you have one of the mountains. Fling. Fling has always been better than it looks. It can kill creatures. You can do it in response to a removal spell. You can finish off players. And it's common. This makes, I think this at common makes Claim the First, the reason why Claim the Firstborn doesn't steal any creature is because Fling exists. Well, also it costs 1 mana. But I mean, they don't have active treason. So Fling is solid. Maybe more than solid, but you do have to sacrifice something. It also makes our dragon friend better. Opportunistic Dragon. Steals a human. Got him. Oh yeah, Crackling Drake is a 10 power thing. Fling it at your opponent. Seems good. Yeah, Fling, good and limited, but it also has constructed implications. Embercleave, God, this card is nuts. 6 mana flash, and it comes in and it can attach to your creature as a trigger whenever it enters. And it gives your creature +1/+1 and double strike and trample. Double strike and trample, and 1, if you're attacking, 1 less to cost for each attacking creature. So if you're attacking with 1 creature, it's 5 to bring in a trick, +1/+1, double strike, and trample, which is a lot. It's not just double strike, it's not just trample, it's all that. And then if they kill your creature, you have Embercleave in play, which you can re-equip. And that's like the worst case. 2 very good cases are like, well, oftentimes you'll just win the game. You're attacking with 4 creatures, you put it on anything, your biggest thing, and it just kills them, regardless of how they block. You can flash it in as a combat trick on defense, and then kill whatever your thing was blocking. Let's say they have a 6/6. You can block with a 2/2 and kill their 6/6. You lose your 2/2, but you have Embercleave left in play. I mean, this thing is just sick. It's just disgusting and amazing. I should really have like a 4th column here. On defense, it costs 6. Yeah, but it's pretty sweet for all that. I mean, yeah, it's much better on offense, but I think it's playable in any deck for that reason. It just makes your tiniest creature into a powerhouse. And if you have anything bigger than that, your 4/4 becomes a thing attacking for 10 that can't even be like traded with a 5/5. Like, it's stupid. And the way trample works with double strike is regardless of whether the creature's still there, it tramples through for the first strike and normal strike damage. What do I do here? All right, all these, we got to go through these top ones. Sundering Stroke, 7 damage divided as you choose amongst 1, 2, or 3 targets. And if all of it was red, 7 damage to each of those permanents and or players. Dang. Good lord. You're cutting off the heads of all these dragons. So if you're mono red, this is just nuts. It's a good reason to be mono red. And it's already good without it, so that's up there. Dragonfire. I mean, it's 7 mana, which is a lot, but 7 mana to do 7 damage to a player, because you can do it to 1 target. So it's better than Fireball, but less versatile. Okay, so these are like the best of the best. Enchantment, you can cast spells only during your turn, and no more than 2 each turn. Okay. You may cast spells with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands you control without paying their mana cost. So, no. I get it. You can play 2 5/5s the turn after you play this or something stupid. Or play this and play your... yeah. It does let you cheat on colors, though. That's the only upside here, is it lets you cheat on colors. Would there... now I'm thinking, would there ever be a case where it's good? No. No. Like... yes, but it's so unlikely that I'd rather just have a card that does something. Just, okay, I'll spend mana the old-fashioned way on my stuff, and I'll have more stuff. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. The creature you control gets bigger if it's a knight, then they fight each other. Unfair. It's good in the knight deck, because what you're doing here is fighting and then attacking. So not only are you getting the removal, but you get to attack with a bigger creature. And sure, the creature has some damage on it now, so it can be killed, but in an aggressive knight deck, that's solid. Slaying Fire. 3 damage to any target, and if all 3 mana is red, 4 damage to any target instead. I mean, this is up there with the best cards in the set. It's uncommon, but take it when you see it. Not up with the best cards in the set, but best red cards. Well, maybe it's up there with the best cards in the set, I don't know. Any deck will play it, but it does... it's real good in mono red. It looks like a cube card too, honestly. Because it's instant. It's a bit better than some other versions. I could see that making it into cube. Burn. Dwarven Mine. Oh wow, you get a creature with this thing. So mono red. They did a good job of balancing the set. There's like 5 color decks. There's monocolored incentives, including the cycle of multicolor cards. The mode I didn't really consider for these is all of them fit into 2 monocolored decks. So that's kind of neat. So it gives the monocolored decks more options. And presumably they'd be good in either monocolored deck. But yeah, mono red looks especially nice in a lot of ways. But yeah, I think each color has like a triple red or a triple color requirement rare that does something pretty neat. The last color here, we've got green. And we start with the Bear Riding Knight. Surferin the Hengehammer. When it attacks, another target attacking creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is Surferin's power. It's small. It definitely wants to be pumped. It's definitely heavy green. I don't think this is busted. It's probably not even that high of a pick. Oh, thank goodness. I had them all selected. I'm like, where's the rest of them? Okay, great. Return, we'll leave that aside. Leave these aside. Tuinvale Treefolk. Tuinvale. Got the birds flying around. 6 mana, 6/5. Yes, there was something like that. It was 3 mana for a 1/1, but didn't have as good of a color requirements. And I think it was all other creatures you controlled, but this is one other creature you controlled. Or you control. But yeah, that was a wild something, some kind of... It had wild in the name, I'm pretty sure. Whatever. But yeah, combat tricks are great with it. You can even do a combat trick in response to the trigger. Or just pump it some other way. But heck, I mean, if you're making something huge, Gruul Beastmaster, so it doesn't have wild in the name. Gruul is kind of like wild. Anyway, what's this thing do? Well, it's already a 6/5 for 6. Is MTG Bot even here? I don't know, maybe. Oh, I guess MTG Bot is hanging around. So what you want to do first is put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. Well, that's pretty good. I think all in all, this gets 8 power and 7 toughness into play with pretty reasonable mana costs. And I think that makes for a solid playable, if not something insane. Here we go. A cat, a lion. 5 mana, 4/5. But whenever your non-humans deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So you don't draw one for each, but you do start to draw some cards. And it's a 4/5 for 5. It's not awful. You're not really going to want this in... Shoot. You're not really going to want this in... a deck that isn't all about non-humans, but I think in that deck it is pretty good, especially since as soon as you play it, you can attack with your fairy and then draw a card. So yeah, it is pretty good in that deck, especially since a lot of the non-humans have evasion. Kenrith's Transformation. Kenrith. Rowan and Kenrith? No, I don't think that's the name of a planeswalker. Oh, let's not look at this yet. Let's look at this. Look at the creatures first. Occame Adversary. 4 mana for a 2/3 Death Touch. That's pretty good. It also gets a lot cheaper if your opponent has a green permanent. I'm not sure if that matters too much. And whenever this deals damage to a player, combat damage, draw a card. I would say that's main deckable, but if for some reason it's in your sideboard, Bring it in against green, because 2 mana for a 2/3 Death Touch is ridiculous. Marleaf Rider. Sack of food, and then target creature has to block it, so it can trade up a little bit. A little value, nothing out of control. Four mana, 4/4 trample. And when it enters, create a food token. This is going to be in my list of very efficient creatures, whether or not you have the food synergy. And I think generally you're likely to have the food synergy in green, and for that matter, the non-human synergy. Oops. Yorvo. So here's our triple green, our mono green payoff rare. It's a giant. Are they all giants? No, I think some are like elves or something. Huh. Enters the battlefield with 4/1/1 counters on it, so 3 mana, 4/4, pretty good. Whenever another green creature enters the battlefield under your control, put another counter on Yorvo. Then, if that creature's power is still somehow greater than Yorvo's power, Yorvo says, I'm even bigger now. Yeah, I mean, this is just nuts. In mono green, it gets way too big, way too quickly. You can take it down with removal, but it should start outclassing everything from incredibly early. Wow, that's nuts. You untap with this, and it becomes a 5/5 that attacks on turn 4. Unless you play a 5/5, and then it becomes a... No, I don't know. I don't know how you'd ever get this bigger than a 5/5. No, I mean, I don't know how you'd ever get 2 counters on it. That's what I'm trying to say. Cool. Adventure. 2 mana instant +2/+2. That's solid because you also get a 3/2. Not the strongest adventure card, but certainly well worth it. And both sides are pretty bad, but together they're much better than they look. What is this? 6 mana for a 7/6 Vigilance Trample Troll King. Troll Noble. When it enters, if you cast it from your hand, make 3 food tokens. And if you happen to have 3 food tokens lying around, you can return this from your graveyard to the battlefield. Not even tapped, but that's something you can only do on your turn. Well, this is very good. It's super heavy green, but it's a huge payoff for being there. Wicked Wolf. Oh boy. Oh, there's the Windows alert sound. Wicked Wolf. 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, fight. Up to 1 target creature. You don't have to. And then you can sack a food to put a 1/1 counter and give it indestructible. And tap it. So that's the new regeneration thing. But wow, that's good. So it comes in, kill something smaller, or if you have like 3 food, you can sacrifice it, make it a 6/6 indestructible to kill a 6/6. This is insane. Oh, also Troll King is going to come down here. I thought this wolf was good, but the Wicked Wolf is just insane. Ah, Rebecca Gay. Oh, no. I thought this artist was Rebecca Gay from a distance, but I guess it's not. Oh well. Yep, you can use the ability multiple times. The cost is just to sacrifice a food. That's the only cost. Seven mana to make 3 bears at sorcery speed. And then it's a 1/2 after that, which can destroy food or whatever when it hits a player. A weird one. You don't really get much out of this as a 1/2, but you get a lot out of it if you can get it to 7 mana. So 8 mana, it's 4 creatures. Yeah, I think you'll always play it. Just because if you're doing really poorly, you can cast it as a 1/2. Oops. I don't know if it's nuts, though. The bears are pretty good, but 7 mana for 3 2/2s? In M20, you had 7 mana for a 5/5 plus 2 2/2s. And that was better. Like, it's both modes are kind of like bad at either ends of the spectrum. I think it's pretty good, though. Anyway, Spore-Capped Spider, 1/5 reach. Not too much to say here. Oh, I'm going to put Yorvo down here. That's enough of a payoff for mono green that it's like really good to go into mono green. Or just heavy green. Wildwood Tracker. If you control another non-human creature, it gets +1/+1. Okay. Is that my review? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's aggressive. I think you'll... if you control another... It's not that good. But it is a 1 mana 2/2 often enough in that deck. But like, in limited, it doesn't really matter. The difference between 1 mana and 1 and 2 mana is not that big in limited, because the games are just a little slower. You're happy enough paying 2 mana for your 2/2s. Getting it 1 turn earlier is only really good if you are super aggressive. And that deck does seem like it could be super aggressive. The non-human green X deck. Whenever you cast a creature spell that has an adventure, this thing gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's already a 2/2, so that's fine. But then if you have a lot of those adventures, this is going to sometimes be a 3/3. The Great Henge. We've seen a lot of these mythics. None of them have been that exciting. Well, the equipment in red was exciting. Let's see, like the blue one just loses you the game. The black one loses you the game. You have to pay so much life. But I guess it's better if you're like a very late game deck that gains enough life and has creatures. Anyway, what does this one do? Oh wow, it can reduce its cost immensely just by having 1 big creature. And then it ramps for whatever reason and gains 2 life. So every turn you gain 2 life. And then any new creature that enters, any non-token creature that enters, gets another 1/1 counter, and you draw a card? So ramps, so you'll have mana for the extra cards. Yeah, this is... it seems good. It's sort of a win more thing because the only way you'll get it into play is by already having a big creature. Otherwise it's 9 mana. I mean, it could be 7 mana if you have a 2/2. But once it's in play, you're very hard to kill because you gain 2 life a turn. And then any creature you draw just draws you 2 or more cards. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh shoot, it's not a creature though, so we'll be back to it. Lovestruck Beast, 3 mana 5/5. But you need a 1/1 in play to attack. Oh, so it's a 3 mana 5/5 blocker. This card is nuts. And anyway, we have it makes a 1/1 human token at sorcery. So 4 mana 5/5, you'd always play this thing. And if your 1/1 dies, you'll have to find another 1/1. But then it's still a good blocker. Actually, to be fair, there aren't that many 1/1s. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But it is good enough that I'd still always play it and think it's pretty solid. The fail case is like you're stuck with a 3/3 or a 3-mana 5/5 defender, and they have to kill your 1/1 somehow. So that traded with a card, presumably. Just keep it around otherwise. So even though it's pretty easy to get it to stop attacking, it's already gotten value if you got to that point. So that's really good. Beanstalk Giant, 7 mana for big old giant. And the first step is to find a land for a basic land onto the battlefield. Oh, not even tapped. Wow, that's solid. Put a basic land card onto the battlefield. I expected it would be like a more expensive Rampant Growth, but no, it's just like a better Rampant Growth. Well, still slightly worse maybe. But then you ramp up to playing this 7/7 that gets bigger if you do find more lands. That's a good one. I think you always play this, even though you wouldn't necessarily want it on its face. The fact that you can always do it on turn 3 to find a land is just really good. Wildborn Preserver, flash 2/2 reach. Take that, Flyers. When another non-human enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay X. When you do, put X 1/1 counters on the Preserver. Yeah, that's busted. It's like, it's already good, and let's say you never have extra mana. Well, it's still okay. It's still, this card was pretty good, but if you have any extra mana, you can use all of it to make this that much bigger. So, yeah, that card is really good. Why does the Archer have 2 swords? All right, this will be a, yeah, we have to find out. Okay, next question. Questing Beast. That was like, it did not process. If I think about it too long, I'll probably just go crazy. Questing Beast, 4 mana for a 4/4. That's pretty good. Wait a second. There's more. Vigilance, Death Touch, and Haste. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Combat damage that would be dealt by creatures you control can't be prevented. Not that I was worried about that. And then whenever Questing Beast deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target planeswalker that player controls. So I don't know where this creature is in like fairy tale mythology, but it reminds me of that creature in Monty Python and the Holy Grail that like killed the artist. Or no, the only way they killed it was that the artist died and couldn't like draw it anymore. I don't know why that's what I'm remembering. But anyway, it's a creature that's way too powerful. No, not the bunny. The thing that was like a cave painting that looked kind of crazy. And it chased the knights around until the artist died and couldn't draw it anymore. Well, that's the only way you're going to deal with this thing, is if the artist dies. You can kill it. I mean, it dies to Doomblade, but on turn 4, your opponent played their 4 mana 2/4, and you play this thing, and your opponent's like, oh, you have that in your deck. I guess I lose this match. So you get in there, it already attacks and blocks. It doesn't have trample. Oh no, they can't even block with their 2/4 because it has 2 power. They spent 4 mana on a creature that not only is worse than the beast, but can't even block it. The second, so Vigilance, Death Touch, Haste, that's all relevant. Can't be blocked, that's relevant. The next 2 parts are going to be really annoying when they are relevant, but they'll rarely be relevant. But yeah, that's enough talking about maybe the best green card in the set. Wicked Wolf is also up there, but the thing is, like, Wicked Wolf doesn't deal with the Questing Beast. Wicked Wolf might be better if you're behind, but Questing Beast is way better if you're ahead. Whenever you cast a creature spell that has an adventure, draw a card. Yeah, white-green deck, good stuff. Gilded Goose, here's the green-blue like ramp thing, the green-blue food sub-theme. The bottom one looks fun for construct, yeah. Or in sealed, I mean, your opponent might have planeswalkers from time to time. Kill those planeswalkers. I'm on Questing Beast's side, though. I hate planeswalkers. I used to like them, but now they printed too many good ones, and they're on my no-good list. Anyway, Gilded Goose, not much to say about this. You always play it in any green deck, but it's especially good if food is good. And you can just, yeah, it just goes late, makes food tokens. Garenbrig Paladin. 5 mana 4/4 that comes into, oh no, every color has an Adamant Knight. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That's fun. They didn't restrict the archetypes overly much. Just like in M20, every color had some elementals, even though it was mainly a teamer thing. Some of them might have had to be mythic, but anyway, 5 mana 5/5 that can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That's pretty good for a common. Generally, you just want it to be a 5/5 to feel like you're getting your value, but a 4/4 that can't be blocked by small creatures is still okay. But in the mono green deck, that's where this really shines. Otherwise, it's just pretty bad filler. Mono green deck, it's like pretty good filler. Rosethorn Acolyte, Filter, and then it's a 3 mana 2/3 that ramps. So this is one of the ones you're not going to cast that often as a sorcery, but some cards just ask if it does have an adventure on it, in which case it'll be pretty good. It's not a human, so it works in that deck. It works in pretty much I think there's like a Bant ramp deck, and that's going to be really good in that one. Another adventure. We do have more adventures in this color than others. Curious Pair. Okay, Treats to Share. 1 mana, sorcery, get a food token. And then we have a 1/3 for 2 at common. That's solid. The fact that the modes on this mean like, oh, turn 1, I can make a food token. Turn 2, I get a 1/3. And it's an adventure and a human for what it's worth. It might make it better than the black card that was 3 mana and made a food token and was a 1/3. But that one at least had like a way to use the food token. This one might even be cuttable from your deck. But it's okay though. Alright, there's the creature base. A lot of strong creatures in green. You sort of know them when you see them. And kind of like red, there's some really good reasons to be mono green. even at common and just the mana costs. But it has a lot of support for fixing for colors. So you could be mono green and then splash other colors. We have the tools to do that. Uh-oh. All right. The non-creature green cards, the last phase of today's set review. Felled a Pheasant. This is a sideboard card, Plummet, but you get splash black for removal. Unfortunately, Bake into Pie is double black, and there aren't super easy ways in green to get like two of a color, but I think if you're splashing red, a lot of those good removal spells are mono red. Enchant creature gets +3/+3 as a reach and is a giant. I don't love it, and I'm not going to worry too much about it. Maybe you sided in against the Realm Cloaked Giant. Great Henge, we did talk about that one. It's so easy to get going that I think that's like one of the better cards you could have in green. Once Upon a Time, excellent art. It looks like this knight is having fun. This knight is not having fun. This knight is going through the jungle, basically, with not the heaviest armor in the world, but they've got a metal helmet on. It's getting muggy here. They've got this heavy shield that they're already holding up because God knows what's around the tree. This person is not having fun, but they're having an adventure. So at least they've got that going for him. And it's a pretty cool scene. If this is the first spell you've cast this game, you can do it for free. Look at the top 5 cards and get a creature or land card into your hand. That is always, always, always playable. It's like a free, you know, I never have to mulligan unless I have 0 lands. Once Upon a Time is insane. Also constructed playable, I'm sure. Like Eternal format playable good. Otherwise, you just hold it up. I mean, it's like green's best anticipate. Creature or land card into your hand. Shuffle the rest, put them on the bottom. You'll never miss. I mean, creature and land, that's like 90% of your deck. Trail of Crumbs. Enters, create a food token. Okay. Whenever you sacrifice a food, you can pay an extra. Look at the top 2 cards and then put a permanent into your hand. So this is like the big food payoff. What if you have 2? Oh, 2 Once Upon a Times and no land? No, you need a land and 1. Because you need that second land, right? But you can't cast both for free because only one of them is going to be the first spell you've cast. This thing, permanent card. If you are really doing the food thing, this is like a game-winning card. Otherwise, it makes a food so the next turn you can get a permanent and gain 3 life. That's not good enough on its own. But if you have a ton of food, then you like draw a card for each food you sacrifice. And sacrifice a food for any reason. You'd have to pay 1 extra, but I think it's a build around. Or it's a card that helps a deck that builds around food. I don't know if it's an automatic win in the food deck. Or like a reason to go into it. When this enters draw a card, loses all abilities and becomes an elk. I think, who was it? Olo or Oko turns foods into elks. So maybe Oko turned Kenrith into an elk, right? I think this is good enough to play because it can turn a small creature, like it can make their huge monster into an elk. Regardless of what it does, it gives you a card. It's kind of like Pongify or Beast Within. Beast Within? Whatever. The thing that killed a permanent and made a 3/3. It's kind of like that, except it only hits creatures, it can be removed, and it draws you a card when it does it, and it's not instant. But that's solid. That might even be a top tier card. You always play it. What the heck? Alright, take another sip. Insatiable Appetite. I don't know what kind of monster that is, but it's a flying bat giant, I guess. Or maybe there's some kind of fairy tale where they have like a demon kid and they're like, we love this little baby, and it just keeps eating, and he ate them out of house and home and shed and barn and flock and herd. You may sack a food if you do. +5/+5, otherwise +3/+3. Yeah, it's a good trick. +5/+5 for 2. That's solid. Return of the Wild Speaker. Yay, we're saved. The curse is broken. Story Spotlight. Choose one. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among non-human creatures you control. Or, non-human creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. Wait, Garruk's a human. Why is this... Oh, but maybe he was saved by the fairies or the elk or whatever. Garruk looks like a human. Beast man. Five mana for an instant. This is solid. The aggressive beast deck, the aggressive non-human deck, tends to want to get a bunch of creatures down, it looks like, so it's a pretty good trumpet blast effect. But you can also use it on defense, or at instant speed, draw 3 cards off your elk. I'd say that's pretty solid. I mean, it's solid, but it's solid in the beast deck. I'll call it a beast deck, because that sounds better than non-human deck. Well, I get it, but Garruk, as a creature, wouldn't get pumped by Return of the Wild Speaker, regardless of how animal he felt. He'd still be a human, right? Whatever. Rosethorn Halberd. 1 mana. Attach it to a non-human creature you control. That's pretty cool. So, really cheap. You put it in after some non-human, gets +2/+1, and then later, if that creature does die, you can go ahead and equip it back. So it's like an enchantment with an expensive way to like come back. Very cheap enchantment with a pretty good ability. That's solid. Again, it's a payoff for the beast deck. What do we have here? This one, if it comes in and you have 3 other forests, it comes in untapped, and you make a food token. Yeah, solid incremental advantage, and it helps out that food deck. You always play it in green. It's not exciting. It's not awful. Outmuscle, but usually better than your 11th forest or something. Outmuscle. 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Then it fights a creature you don't control for 4 mana. It's a sorcery, but it keeps its counter. I think that's solid. But then what? If at least 3 green mana, the creature you control gains indestructible, so it can beat something the same size. And it's protected against combat tricks from your opponent. I think it's already good, and you probably don't need the adamant for it to be good, but it does make it better. Solid. How good is it? Well, it just depends on having creatures. Having creatures in your 1, 2, and 3 drop slot. Wolf's Quarry. Create 3 1/1 green boar creature tokens, the 3 little pigs. And then when this creature dies, create a food token. Wait, what? Oh, it's common. I was like, why is it so bad? I don't think you even want this. Like, if you want the food, too bad, you don't get it, because you have to find a way for these stupid pigs to die. And if you don't want the food, well, you get 3 pigs. I guess it's good if your opponent's really aggressive and you ramp a lot. Maybe it has a place in blue-red, or blue-green in the sideboard against an aggressive deck, because it gives you chump blockers and food. I don't think it's very good, though. Castle Garenbrig. Enters the battlefield tapped unless you control a forest. And it ramps quite nicely. So tap this, and so you can use 4 other lands and this to add 6 green. This is one of the, I think this is the worst in this cycle. It launches you ahead 1 turn, which actually that is pretty good. If you're a mono green deck, this is pretty good. I mean, imagine casting your Hornet Queen or whatever a turn earlier. Yeah, it looks like the legend Lion King. True. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that I don't know what abilities your creatures have, but if you want to get out a turn 5 Feasting King, this is how to do it. Bam. I'm not going to put it in the elite category because sometimes you just don't want it. But it's pretty free to play in a green deck. Return to Nature. The black one is the best. I'd have to see them again side by side. This is the first time I've really looked through all the entire set, so my brain is fried right now. Been at it for hours. Return to Nature. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or exile a target card from a graveyard. Is this the best naturalized they've ever printed? I think it is. Still, is that even worth it? Exile target card from a graveyard. I think it's still sideboard fodder. Because against the Knight deck, it barely does. Well, I don't know. It can definitely do something against every deck. Maybe main deck 1 in draft. You might even be happy with 2 in sealed, but probably just 1 in sealed. You'll be happier with 1 in sealed, and then you could side in multiples if your opponent has a bunch of creatures. Good question, Kekboon. If you exile an adventure, by some other means than casting the adventure, can you play it? And I think no. You can only play Lovestruck Beast from exile if you resolve Heart's Desire. Am I right about that? I'm like 90% right, sure about that. Then exile this card. You may cast the creature later from exile. That's a separate exile then. Yeah, that's just the rulings of adventures and how they work. But if I were to exile this card, I couldn't cast it. Pretty sure that's how that works. Check with your judge. Judge, don't check with me. Look, I'm a level 2 flavor judge, but I'm not a real judge. Self-professed level 2 flavor judge. Once and future. 4 mana. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Instant speed. Put up to one other target card from your graveyard on top of your library, and then exile this. That's pretty good. It's instant, which is nice. But if you do 3 green, return both to your hand and exile it. In both cases, you're exiling it, so you can't go infinite. How good is this? This is solid. This is the kind of thing you might want one of in your deck to survive in the late game. And it gets better the better your deck is, because if they deal with your Planeswalker or your Questing Beast or your Troll King, get it back. And the last card in the set. These beans, jumping beans. 3 mana, you may sacrifice 2 foods. If you do, create a 7/7 green giant creature token. Otherwise, create 3 food tokens. Food deck. I guess this is one that's like not bad in multiples. I don't love it though. Well, it's like if you don't have the 2 foods to sacrifice, I guess you really want foods and you make 3 of them. So how good is the upside of making a 7/7 for 3 mana? It's pretty good. It's a build around. Like, this is a really nice payoff for that deck. But you lose 2 foods. Get a 7/7 though. God, make sure to play your removal, because cards like this are going to punch you in the face. How would you get turn 3 foods? You need, like, I guess you could get a couple of the adventures that are just like 1 mana make a food. You go Gilded Goose into, where is it? Curious Pair. Like, that deck has some serious upside. Create a food token. 2 of the 1/3s. I mean, they're common. Not many decks will want them. So, yeah, go nuts. Get your 7/7. Seems good, but it's just pretty bad in any deck that won't have foods reliably. And even in that deck, it's like the god draw to have it on turn 3. So you can imagine it being like a turn 6, 7/7. And that's probably fine. But I don't think you'd first pick it. Well, maybe you first pick it. That's something that sort of remains to be seen by how the format turns out. There it is. That concludes this set review. Basically just looking at every card and seeing how the curves play out. So we'll go back and sort of clean it up here. White. How to get this looking well. So here's our white cards. One final review. Pretty good looking curve. Not a ton of insane creatures, but a lot of good knights and stuff. And not a ton of good, like, not a ton of insane spells either, and the removal is a little underwhelming. Blue. Blue had some serious spells. It has all the bounce spells you might want. and a lot of ways of bouncing and or dealing with creatures, turning them into pumpkins. Bounce in combination with Didn't Say Please and things like that gets really good. The one standout removal spell is Charmed Sleep, which pretty much deals with anything for 3 mana. And then it's just a lot of value creatures. So some of the worst creatures, but some of the best spells. Black. Oh, black had some of the best creatures. And black has probably the best removal spells, or the best removal spell, which is Bacon to Pie. What did I think of Oko? All of the planeswalkers in this set are insanely good. Oko and the blue-red one, they both start with 6 loyalty if you plus them. Like Garruk basically pluses or zeros, and it has a 5 loyalty, and it's twice as much mana. But yeah, Oko's nuts. It's 3 mana. It barely has to do anything. +2, make a food. Turn your food into a 3/3 the next turn. Or do anything else you might want. But if you're in the food deck, Oko into some other food and to make a 7/7 giant. Now Oko's at 8 loyalty. I mean, it's just nuts. Oh, it's just crazy. But yeah, some of the best creatures we've seen here. Piper of the Swarm, the Murderous Rider, which like kills something and then is a 2/3 lifelink that never dies. Rankle, Clackbridge Troll. Have fun. Red didn't have insane creatures, but it has a lot of good removal spells. Like more than you'd expect. Just 3 damage to a creature, 5 damage to a creature. And some of the creatures are really solid. I mean, you got Dragon here that removes your opponent's best thing. Creatures that are way too big. The rest of it's kind of filler, but aggressive. And yeah, we'll have to see what the best combinations are. Green, we just did that one, but we can clean it up a little bit for good viewing later. A little too far away. Yeah, green, like black, has a lot of insane creatures and fits well into different strategies. All of the strategies have a payoff for being monocolored. I think the biggest payoffs are red, then green, then white maybe, for being monocolored. Each color has a common that has adamant or something, and then each color has a rare lord that is 3 colors. But green and red ones are solid. What colors do you think will become the food deck? Blue-green is what I think. Blue-green had, certainly green has giant opportunity, which might be the best payoff. Sultai might be more of food's thing, because you have Bacon to Pie, you have a couple other... Oh, yeah, maybe it's blue, maybe it's green-black, actually. Because the multicolor card that has the most to do with food is Savvy Hunter. Sacrifice 2 foods, draw a card at instant speed anytime you want. So it's probably black-green. Can you play 3 colors? Yes, you can play 3 colors if they're the right colors. So you're incentivized to play monocolored. You're incentivized to play just 2 colors and leave it at that. And if you're green, green-white or green-blue-white can play 5 colors pretty easily. Green has the fixing, and artifacts have some fixing too. One of the standout artifact cards is Sorcerer's Broom, which is a... I think this will take over games pretty easily. 2 mana, 2/1. But then anytime you sacrifice a food or whatever, you can pay 3 to make a copy of it. So it's not a super efficient card, but it's very hard to get rid of once you make the second copy. And it's just extra value for the late game. That card is going to take over games, I think. Okay, so what do we have? Multicolored. Yeah, I mean, opening these Planeswalkers, that's exactly what you want to do. You probably just can't beat these things. If the format's not fun, it's going to be because your opponent opened a Planeswalker and you have no way of beating it. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Maybe play blue and counter them. Then what? The fixing wasn't insane though. You have to be mindful if you're going to play 3 colors or whatever to get enough fixing. So you'll have to play your golden egg or your spinning wheel. So you have some common and uncommon options to help fix. But if you're going to play that many colors, you have to get these. Well, that's it. I'm going to take a break here. Maybe I'll record a draft. They're probably live now. Hopefully that helped you understand the format. Good luck in your pre-releases. Good luck in your drafts. It was nice to see all the cards, at least for me, and have an idea of what they're trying to do before going in. And if you know all the cards, you can start playing around instants your opponents have and so forth. The second time you can make 2 Broom tokens. Yeah, I guess that's true. If you only sacrifice 1 permanent, you can make 2 Broom tokens. But it's 6 mana. So it's pretty much just however much extra mana you have. Besides that, I mean, usually you're going to have more than one thing to sacrifice if you're doing foods. Cool. Well, thank you all for watching. I will be back soon.